go indeed. Let's go indeed, says Intentional Millionaire. Welcome, 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 everyone. Millissa Jayne here from MJ Live. We are going to have a riveting conversation today. I want to welcome each and every one of you. Jayne here from MJ Live. Oh, my word. Struggle streaming, but that's okay. All right, how you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. We are going to have a fabulous, fabulous show. Keep on forgetting about that other screen. Now that I'm using YouTube, I've got to pay attention to YouTubey stuff, okay? So we're going to get into it today. I've got a monologue all ready for you. I've got a guest panel ready to come up, and I'm going to welcome anybody else to come up on the panel as well after a little while. But for those who don't know me, I am MJ, Millissa Jayne, not Michael Jackson. I want to welcome those who are already here. The Intentional Millionaire, welcome to Mrs. B Finesse. It's good to have you here, as well as Community Solutions. We're going to get into it today. But before we do, I'm going to just go ahead and play a little ad here, not an ad, a little countdown, just to get us, to get a few more people a chance to get in here, and for us to send out our reminders and our messages and all of that good stuff. So we will be back in just a few short minutes. Okay, guys? I'll be right back. Is anybody jamming? Is anybody jamming with me? Welcome, 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 guys. MJ here with a new hairdo. With the new hairdo. What do you think of my new hairdo, guys? I had an event on Saturday night, the Black British event, and I was showing out, guys. I was showing out, did my hair and everything. So I'm going to milk this hairstyle for another couple of weeks. Another couple of weeks. How are you guys doing, guys? How are you doing? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. We got a great topic for you. Working and jamming. Absolutely. I want to welcome each and every one of you tonight. I'm feeling good. I hope you're feeling good. If you're feeling good, say I'm feeling good in the chats. I know you are. It's cute, says Community Solutions. Thank you so much. We're going to get into it today. We're going to go on into a topic which is actually a little bit sensitive to many. We're going to get into that right away. But before we do, I got to give a shout out to all of my viewers tonight. Please tell a friend, share it, and let people come on in here. I've shared it to a few people just now while I was getting set up. And I want to give a big shout out to my number one sponsor for today, the Intentional Millionaire. Welcome, the Intentional Millionaire. He says, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let me just throw this up here. Let me throw this up here. Thanks to today's sponsor, the Intentional Millionaire. Please go and check him out. Actually, I'm going to put the word in the Intentional Millionaire as well. I want to thank you so much for your generous contribution to the show. It all helps, and I really appreciate your kindness, your generation. The Intentional Millionaire. Go check him out. He's got some awesome videos, awesome content, teaching you a lot about finances, investing. Just awesome, really good information. Really excellent. The Intentional Millionaire is his channel. And also I want to give a special thanks to my other sponsor, who is MSE Network for today, another sponsor for today. MSE Network, you can find them, Mega Source Entertainment. We are streaming live over there as well. Please, let's get the likes up. Let's get this thing cracking, guys. I even brought out my hardware today. I brought out my hardware for my Toastmasters and my award for the show. And I'm a multi-award winning show, guys. Look at this. And also for Business of the Year a couple of years ago. I brought out the hardware, guys. I brought out the hardware. You got to big up yourself, right? Intentional Millionaire. You got to big up yourself. Thanks to Gail Lockett in the room, the moderator extraordinaire, the moderator of all moderators. Thank you so much, Gail Lockett, for just showing your love here. I really appreciate it. We're going to get into it, guys. I'm telling you. Miss B Finesse is here. Wow. This lady here is just killing it out there in these YouTube streets. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I can barely catch up. I can barely keep up. I'm working, I'm watching, I'm working, I'm going to do my errands, and I'm coming back, and this lady's still streaming. But the content, immaculate. The content, so much to learn. Action items to boot. action items as well. Please, guys, you got to check out Mrs. B for Ness, the same name. You can find her on YouTube. And if our moderator would be kind enough to put all of the YouTubers' links in here, the Intentional Millionaire, Mrs. B for Ness. Got to give a big shout out to all of the content creators, Community Solutions. She's here. She's going to be joining me on the panel very, very shortly to talk about the topic of the day. The topic of the day, very, very sensitive. We're going to get into it. Yeah, jamming to the nice music, right? Let's get the likes up. Let's share. Let's get everybody in here. We are waiting. We are waiting to get into this content today. She Stole My Thunder is on her way home, and she's going to be joining us on the panel as well. The people on the panel today have a particular, I would say, persuasion, a particular thing in common, which we're going to discover very, very shortly. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Walking and jamming, says Intentional Millionaire. Oh, Adrian Nash, gotta have you here. Gotta have you on the panel coming up shortly in about, I would say, in about 15 minutes or so after I do my little monologue. I am so happy that you are here. What the content that you dropped in here added another layer to all the other layers that I'd already prepared. But I tell you, wow, look at you showing. You gotta believe it, Miss Gail. You gotta believe it, guys. Excuse me, we're amongst British royalty, says She Stole My Thunder. Look at the hard work. I love it. I think we need to see and bow. That's right. I'm bringing it all out for you guys. I'm bringing it all out. Next time. See, I usually wear contact lenses, but I've been having some trouble with my contact lenses of late. So I had to wear these old glasses, which are so thick and everything. But I'm like, you know what? Enough with the vanity. You got to do what works. But hopefully by next week, I should be comfortable enough to put the contacts back in. All right, guys, we're going to get into it today. Good evening, Marcia Demers. Good to have you, my dear. Carl Sinclair is checking in. Syn-Tech Cooling. Syn-Tech Cooling, the air conditioning man. Wow, Syn-Tech Cooling is checking in. Thank you so much, Carl. Great talking with you the other night. We definitely have to stay in touch and keep this thing cracking, man. Keep this thing going. Tell a friend. We're not going to be streaming the entire show on YouTube, on Facebook. In a little while, we're going to cut you off Facebook. So if you're on Facebook, come on over to YouTube. It looks like, for the most part, everybody here is on YouTube. But if anybody is on Facebook, just know that we're gonna lose you. So you come on over to my YouTube channel. It's in my Facebook group. Major Change group is here. Absolutely awesome content. Another fine YouTuber. Again, Miss Gail, drop all of our YouTubers in, their links in. I want to share. I want to big up everybody who's there. This will be great content. Absolutely. So thankful for your support. All right, we're about to get Heather. Welcome, Heather. Nice to have you. Nice to have you here with us again. And Yolanda Manning. Wow, this is a flashback. You used to live in South Florida with us, and now you're in where are you now? Colorado or somewhere? Drop in where you're calling in from. I appreciate you tuning in. Your first time. Wow, this one, you might even want to come up on the panel too, because I think you might also fit into this category. Welcome, everyone. My name is Millissa Jayne. Some people may know me with another name, like Lady Song, but I'm not going to go with that name. I'm known as Millissa Jayne or MJ. A lot of people call me MJ. Not Michael Jackson, but MJ. Oh, Jacksonville, Florida. Awesome. All right, guys, let's get into it. Let's get into the content today. As a matter of fact, let me just pull up this flyer for you. I want you to see the flyer that I had promoting today's event. Let me go ahead and pull this up. And again, thanks to my sponsor. My sponsor today is The Intentional. I'm going to go ahead and edit this thing here so it says The Intentional. Is that right? The Intentional Millionaire is our sponsor for today. The Intentional Millionaire. Go ahead and check him out on his channel. A lot of great financial information, beautifully shot. You know, quality content. Go and check him out. And also MSE Network is another one of our sponsors. We're streaming live on there too. So if you're tuning in from MSE Network, welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in. And do come back every Thursday. I will make sure that the stream is up. I'll do my best to do that. Okay, guys? we're going to get into it today. We're going to get into it today. So, oh yeah, I was about to pull up the flyer, wasn't I? I was about to pull up the flyer. I was about to pull up that flyer one more time for you because I want you to see what I did here as well as a flyer. How's everyone feeling? Drop how you're feeling in the chats today. How are you feeling in the chats? How are you feeling in the chat room? It's so good to have you. See if I can do this real quick for you. Let's see if I can do this real quick. There it is. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. How you feeling? You feeling good? We're getting into it right now. Here it is. Women without kids are unfulfilled. That's what some people say, right? Some people say that. But is that true? Or is that just a myth? We're going to talk about it today. We're going to absolutely talk about it. I know that there's several things going on today, so I appreciate that you're here, and that you're here with me. All right. So today's topic, because it might be a little bit sensitive to some, because it's a topic that is not always of our choosing. It might not be of our choosing, so it might be sensitive. It might be triggering. If it is, it's not intended to be that way. It's just to open up the dialogue and to have the conversation. As a matter of fact, somebody called me up yesterday when she heard about this topic, and she says to me, we need to have this topic. I know of one or two other people who are child-free. I'm gonna be using the word child-free or childless as far as the women who do not have kids. And she says, you know what? It's a conversation that needs to be had. She never really heard of this conversation being had before. But we're going to be talking about some topics today. Kareen's here. Welcome. Adrian Nash is here. I am quite fulfilled. Thank you. Absolutely. Wayne Group Services is here. Patrice Patrice Gardner is here. I feel good in my Nina Simone. You guys are awesome. All right. So, for me, myself, I fit into that category, guys. Today's going to be a very revealing show. All right. I'm going to reveal some stuff that you may not have heard me speak about before. I fit into that category, but I myself am very, very fulfilled. I typically do like to remain private, but what I'm realizing in these YouTube streets, you kind of have to reveal a few things about yourself in order for people to get to know you. So that's what I'm prepared to do. Just a little bit, not too much, but just a little bit. Facebook user, come on over to YouTube because we're going to lock off the Facebook stream very shortly. So I wanted to discuss this. It's been something that I wanted to discuss for a long time, actually. Just to share what I think and just to hear what other women in my situation feel and think. I just like to have a conversation about this. So as I brought it up last week, and I just so happened to have two women on the panel who are also in the same boat as me. Didn't know we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about relationships, but we discovered in that conversation that they also fit into the category of child-free. We're going to bring them up in a little bit. In my mind, actually, somebody also in that last stream said these words, something like, I used to look at women who don't have kids with a side eye. And I'm like, oh. But now I don't. She said, I used to look at women with no kids with a side eye, but now I don't. I thought, wow, we definitely need to explore that a little bit more. Now, I definitely feel whole, even though I do not have kids, I'm child-free. It actually leads me to a level of freedom that many people may not have. Of course, once a child has grown up over 18 or over 21 or whatever, you do have a level of freedom after that. But a lot of people also have their kids living with them for extended periods of times as well. So we can talk about that a little bit. But all of my life, I've been able to do exactly what I want because I've had that freedom. Whereas my counterparts of my age were always either restricted because they had kids, or they had limited let's say access to do what they wanted. They always had to consider their children as they planned to travel or as they wanted to make any big moves in their lives. Well, for me, I didn't have to worry too much about that. And I'm going to come back to your comments in a little bit after I do this very, very short monologue. Just want to kind of lay the groundwork for what we're going to be talking about today. So definitely put your questions in. We're going to come to everything very, very shortly. So some people consider that you are selfish if you don't have kids. We're going to talk about that. Do you, if you're single, or sorry, if you're child free, childless, do you obviously I know you wouldn't agree with that, but we're gonna explore that a little bit more. We're gonna have an open discussion. We're gonna have a respectful discussion, and we're gonna just mull things over a little bit. And I got a few messages. Not all of them were favorable. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna look at some comments as well, some messages, some questions, and some comments. We're going to be looking at all of that. So let me just tell you a little bit more about my story. All right. Never shared this before, never even put it in the book that I'm writing. So I'm going to add this to the book that I'm writing too. All right, guys, get the likes up. Get the likes up. We're going to go into it today. My story. Now, all my life, even when I was a little girl, I've always been really scared. Yeah, that's the word. Scared of the possibility of being a mother. Why, you may ask? Why would Millissa be scared to be a mother? Well, number one, I don't like pain. I don't like pain. I don't like pain. When I think about childbirth, I do not like the idea of that whole experience. I'm giving you my experience, guys. I'm going to share with you my truth. All right. Never liked the idea of childbirth. Never liked the idea. All right, we're going to get deep, guys. I don't know how much I can say. Shall I give it to you? Let me check the chat room. Shall I give it to you today, or shall I hold back? Let me know. Shall I give it to you, or shall I hold back today? I never hear men bashed. Shall I be open with you, or shall I hold back today? Come on, come. Yeah, I think I need to be. I think I need to come through with you guys. I think I need to be real. All right. A little bit nervous about sharing some of this information because it's never been shared before. I do this show every single week, and I'm getting people's opinions on stuff. But how many times do you really hear my opinion? How many times do you really hear my own opinion? All right, we're gonna give you my opinion today. Always be real. All right, who's on Facebook? Who is on Facebook? If you're on Facebook, you need to come over to YouTube. You know what? Just give me 1 second, guys. I need to drop the YouTube link into Facebook because we're going to cut off Facebook in a little bit. I'm going to drop this link in, and then I'm going to cut off of Facebook because Facebook doesn't. Oh, it's Paula Scott. Come over to YouTube, and Angela Lima Stella, come over to YouTube. Here's the link. Here's my YouTube link, and I'm going to cut off this Facebook stream right now because you guys, I can't be sharing this stuff on Facebook. All right, I'm gonna shut it down on Facebook. All right, guys. Here's the YouTube link one more time on my Facebook page, and we're gonna go into it. For my YouTube only fans, we need a raw conversation here. You got it, Adrian Nash. We're gonna go into it today. All right, let's lock off. Let's lock off, as they say. Lock it off, man. Lock it off. All right, guys. How you feeling? We're gonna go in. Cut it off. Let's stop the live off of. Can I do that? Can I stop it while it's in midstream? Yeah, let's stop it from there off of Facebook. Okay, let's stop it here. I'm gonna delete off of Facebook and delete off of my Facebook group as well. I'm gonna get into it, guys. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. This is YouTube only content. All right, we're on YouTube only now. Welcome, Gary. Welcome, Patrice. Welcome, Adrian. We're going to have you up in a little bit. Just another few minutes before I bring up my panel discussion. Feel free to. Oh, yeah, I'll drop the link in a second. All right, so here it is. Here it is. Here it is, guys. I've always been scared of the possibility of childbirth. That was the biggest thing. And I always thought it wasn't really fair that women should have to go through such pain and discomfort just to bring a child into the world. Now, this is where I really want to go with this. This is kind of deep, and I've never ever mentioned this before. In the Bible, all right, let me pull up the quote. Let me pull up the exact quote. In the Bible, we're going to go to the back. We're going back to the Bible, guys. We're going back to the Bible. This is deep. I don't know if anybody else has these thoughts. Well, this is what goes through my head. All right. Let me share so you can read this along with me. We're going to share this screen over here. Right. Okay, let's add to the screen. Yep. In the Bible, it says, after Eve had sinned, right? After Eve had eaten the fruit, the forbidden fruit, God put some punishment on the man and the woman, and of course the serpent. But the punishment that he gave to a woman, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. This is the New English Version or an English version. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. That second part isn't so bad. But the first part, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. To me, that's harsh, man. That's harsh. That, when I think about that, I think the pain for a reason we may not understand. That's right, we may not understand it. But do I have to suffer for Eve's sins? I don't think that's fair. I'm not prepared to suffer for Eve's sins. Let me just read you a different version of that. A different version of that is this one. Again, I told you I'm gonna go a little bit deep today. You never heard me talk like this before, but I just wanted to show you this is where I'm coming from. We can. Yolanda says the second part isn't so bad, right? Yeah. We'll come. That will be another discussion, but I'm talking about this particular part. In this part, it says, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband. Again, we'll tackle that second part in a different stream, but we're talking about the sorrow in conception and in childbirth. To me, it's very disturbing. When I read that back as a child, I was upset about it, and I'm like, well, if that's the punishment you're going to dish out to women, to me, I don't necessarily have to take it. Now, does that sound defiant? Does that sound defiant against God? Let me know your thoughts on that. Does that sound defiant against God? I told you I've never talked about this before, and I'm just hoping that God don't strike me down right now. But this is honestly one of the reasons why I was not in favor of having a child. And I guess by default, because I wasn't really in a rush to do so, I literally only got married about 7 years ago. So to me, it was like, all right, I'm off the hook. I can't have children anyway. Now, trust me, I didn't even try whether I could or not. I mean, women do have children very late in life, 40s, and even I've heard of women having children at 50 and 60 and whatever. But I said, you know what? I've passed the years that I think it would be good to have a child. I don't know if I would be even able to conceive it later in life when I was married and I could have tried. But I said, you know what? I'm not even going to try. I'm done with that part of my life. So that was really where I'm coming from as far as the whole childbirth thing. I was not really wanting to have that. And I mean, there's a lot of other things regarding just how a woman's anatomy is. I'm like, mm-mm-mm. that is just I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. All right, it just doesn't sit well with me the way how the way how we have to suffer. As a teenager, the experiences that we have in our bodies and stuff like that. I was just not a fan of that. Okay, so because of those reasons, I just decided, you know what, being a mother is not for me. Let me just go back to this little monologue, which is actually turning into a little bit longer than I thought. But anyway, if I decided I wanted to have a child, there's other options. I could probably adopt, or look after other people's children. But again, it wasn't a big priority for me personally. It wasn't a big priority for me. Um, I put all of my energy, I put all of my efforts and my work and everything. I put all my efforts into work and my projects and whatever else I have. So that's where I get my fulfillment. Not that I'm not saying that replaces a child, but that's where I get a lot of fulfillment when I do projects, when I do great work. I really get a lot of enjoyment out of that. And I know a lot of women feel the same. I'm coming to your questions and your comments in a little bit. Um, Now I have a sister who has 4 children, so I can love on them. I can, shower them with gifts. When I was living back in the UK, I used to do that a lot. Now that they're older, not so much. But that's where I sort of feel the motherly spirit, I guess, by loving on my relatives. Um, and I even once, okay, we're going deep, guys. We're going deep again. I don't talk about my personal life in public, but um, in a previous relationship, I even tried to date somebody who had little kids. That did not work. Bad mistake. Bad mistake. I I absolutely did not want to deal with the whole baby mama drama. Couldn't deal with that. Having to raise somebody else's kids, or be the stepmother, that just was not for me. So let me just tell you, it's not like I didn't try. It's not like I didn't I was opposed to it completely. I gave it a try. It wasn't for me. I cut that off too. So again, I'm not trying to oust anybody, or be be messy or anything like that. But this is just my truth. This is just my truth. Okay, guys. So other ways that I get fulfillment, I get involved in charity. So I was the marketing director for the People Profile Award, and again, I brought out all my trophies today. The People Profile Award was one of the awards that I got for a charity that I supported for 5 years. I supported this charity, put all my efforts, but hard work. You guys know I come to you for donations every year. And that's because I when I'm doing a project, I put all of my efforts into it. Wow, not sure about your reasoning. However, it's very admirable that I'm going to come to the comments in a little bit. I put all of my efforts into the projects that I get involved with. All right. What else? So somebody else made a comment and said, you might feel fulfilled right now, but what about when you get to 60 or 70? Will you still be fulfilled at that age? Interesting, interesting question. All right, these are some questions I have to even ask myself, because I do ask myself that, will I how will I feel when I'm 60 or 70, or when I'm really old? But to me, is that a good enough reason to have a child? Is that a good enough reason to have a child because you want someone to look after you when you're old? To, Not to me. That's not a good enough reason to have a child, because they will look after you. Um, that's, I know it's probably the correct, the politically correct thing that everybody does. You have children, your children look after you, and so forth. I don't know. I'm still struggling with that one. Um, and the other here's another here's another reason as well. Here's another thought that goes through my mind. You're getting into the mind of MJ tonight. Um, Here's another thought. What if I have a child? What if I had a child? I'm talking about way back, and I didn't like the child. What if I had a child and I didn't like the child? I can't send the child back. I know this might sound crazy. I know this sounds weird, but this is the thought. This is what I think. Having a kids is not for everybody. You're absolutely right. What if the child doesn't like me? Or what if I don't like the child? Or what if the child doesn't like me too? So what can you do? You have a child. You got to keep the child for 18 years at least. So I know I'm making light of some of these things, but we're going to get into the discussion in a little bit, okay? Um, so regarding the whole thing about the age, when I get to 70 or 80 or whatever, the only thing that really concerns me about that is not having enough money to look after myself. That's the real worry. I don't necessarily worry about kids not being able to look after me, but I really do worry about not having enough money to look after myself. And that's why when I listen to people like the Intentional Millionaire, big out to my sponsor for today, that those things are so important, and also about legacy. And we're going to have Adrian Nash talk about legacy in a little bit, and finances and so forth. So yeah, we're about to get into it with the panel. Let's see what else. So I started to do my estate planning, and I started to talk to my sister about it. And she I told her where I would like my assets to go. I was putting together my will, and my estate planning and all of that. And as I was discussing it with my sister, who's just 3 years older than me, she was really worried, because she thought that maybe I was dying or something, why I started talking about will and planning. But this is the time where you've got to start talking about your wills and planning for the future. Is while you are healthy, while you are good, you have to make put your plans into place, or else it will be out of your hands. All right. So ladies, I'm talking to you in particular. Make sure that you have your things set up. And I know we're going to have someone that's going to educate us a little bit more about that. And I'm going to come to the chat rooms in a little bit. All right. So no, my sister, everything's fine, but I was just planning for the future. The other reason why I didn't want to have kids earlier on, or I was kind of like, let's say, brainwashed into not wanting to have kids. Number one, my mother always used to tell us, do not have children out of wedlock. Do not have children out of wedlock. It would be a disgrace. It would be, this is what we're taught. I'm just telling you my truths here. It would be a disgrace to have children out of wedlock. So that was another big thing why I was not in no hurry. I think the other things that I mentioned made it pretty clear I probably wasn't going to have any anyway. But my mom always said, do not have children out of wedlock. It would be a disgrace. And again, because I didn't get married until very, very recently, that was a no-no. I could not disgrace the family in that way. My truth, guys, it might not be something that it resonates with you on that, but this is what my mom taught me. Now, of course, there's probably going to be some disadvantages of not having a child, and we will talk about that in the discussion. And there are lots of benefits, of being child free. Again, the travel, the freedom to do whatever you like, and and so on. All right. And what I've also discovered as I was just getting prepared for this show was that there are a lot of groups out there, a lot of Facebook groups that are, child free and childless, and communities where they all get together and they discuss, and they all have the same thing in common. So that was pretty encouraging. I never really never necessarily needed to go to a group to have conversations, but that was pretty interesting in as much as there are communities out there that talk about this thing. All right, let me go ahead and drop in the link to the back to the panel, and you guys are welcome to come on up at this time and get involved with the conversation. How you guys feeling? I'm rocking my temporary straight hair, which I did for a special event, and I'm going to go back to the chats now and see what you guys are all saying. Let's go back to the beginning here. How you guys feeling today? We have Community Solutions, my special welcome, Community Solutions. How you doing today, madame?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay? Do I sound muffled?
I can. I did hear a little bit of a whoosh at the beginning, but it seems to be okay now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm actually traveling.
Oh,
How's everything going?
yes, pretty good. Thank you so much for agreeing to be on the panel. I'm also. Are you traveling like home or temporarily, or are you actually traveling?
I'm at the bus station now, trying to get to the airport.
Oh,
Traveling. So I'll be leaving out in the morning, actually. So I'll be a little homeless person in here, sleeping in the bus station until I can get to my plane.
I got you. All right. Well, I appreciate
hmm
you're going to join us today.
Yeah, I have nothing. I have nothing to do as usual. So my little YouTube time.
Beautiful. Let me go ahead and bring up OG Patrice as well. Welcome, OG Patrice.
Hello, Miss Millissa Jayne. How are you? How Community Solutions?
Hey, darling, how you doing?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. This is my first time on your channel and up on your panel. I'm so honored.
Oh, that's my honor, actually. Thank you so much for being available to come and talk.
Oh,
Get to you
absolutely.
a little bit more. So I want to just do a quick hi to everybody first who's coming up. A big shout out also to Adrian Nash. Welcome, Adrian Nash. Welcome, Adrian Nash. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Adrian be struggling.
Go ahead, do that one more time. Oh, you're hitting it twice. There you go.
I struggle. I'm struggling. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, ladies.
Hey,
How are
Adrian.
you, Melissa? Thank you for inviting me. Hey, Miss Community Solutions. Good to
Hey,
see you
darling, how you
again,
doing?
OG Patrice.
What's up, Miss Adrian Nash?
Oh,
Hello there.
we have one more to bring to the party. Welcome, She Stole My Thunder. How are you doing, madame?
She stole my thunder.
Hey, Adrian. Hello, everybody. Hello, Patrice. Hello, Community Solutions. Bonsoir, tout le monde. We're all honored to be
Hello.
amongst the Queen of England herself, Millissa Jayne. I think we should all. I think we should all honestly curtsy when we come onto her channel and so forth.
You're too funny.
Yes, it's my first time, so I'm really excited to be here. And you know what? This is such a topic that like I never would have even thought about it, but this is gonna be juicy. I'm just saying this is gonna be juicy.
Oh yes, Patrice. Oh yes, we don't do light stuff here.
All right, guys. Let me just give a few shout outs to my sponsors for today, and give a big shout out to the Intentional Millionaire. Thank you so much for being my largest sponsor for today. Give him a round of applause.
Yay, bravo.
Bravo, gracias, and merci. Thank you so much. And also, big shout out to MSE Network over there on the other channel where I am streaming live. MSE Network is a sponsor of mine, always carrying my show and supporting. He is. We're going to bring him up at some point to have a conversation with him about MSE Network. They do a lot of good stuff, so we're going to come to that soon. All right, so let's go back to some of the comments before we give you some. We'll get to the panel. Let's see. We had quite a few comments. We'll get to them as we're talking, I think. But what I want to do first of all, ladies, and I'm honored to have such powerful ladies on the panel with me. I just want to go through each person in just 2 or 3 minutes. Just give a little bit of a background as far as, you know, your status as it relates to either not having children, being child free, or whatever, you know, just as a way of introduction. And then we're going to get into questions and really dig deep. But I just want to give a quick introduction round to everybody. We'll start with Community Solutions.
Okay. Yes, I do not have children. Did you want me to elaborate on why, or you want me to save that for the questions?
Yeah, just in just 1 or 2 minutes, just so that we can just give a little bit of overview for everybody.
Oh, okay. Well, to be honest with you, my whole life since I was a little kid, I've been responsible for children. So I don't think I missed motherhood at all, and I didn't like the single parent dynamic the way I grew up in it. It works for some people who are organized and cooperative with their co-parent person, but it just, to me, it just was, it seemed like it was just really hard on the woman and the children. I just saw a lot of struggle, so I just decided not to do that. As a matter of fact, I was sitting here thinking earlier, the Christmas, we got our Christmas, we do the neighborhood Christmas for the kids in South Baton Rouge, where the kids are really poor, and I've got to get my flyers out to find out what the kids need for Christmas.
So even though you don't have kids, you actually do work a lot with kids and help a lot of kids.
Yes, I do. That's part of a real big part of the nonprofit that I work with. My friend, it's just the community I grew up in. It's not as close as it was when I was little. It's ravaged by drugs, the drug war and stuff like that. But there are still children there, and they still have to be taken care of. So,
okay, all right. Thank you for that, Community Solutions. Let's go over to Miss OG Patrice.
Hello, panel and chat. Yeah. My story is I have one child. I've only wanted one. I have a son. I wanted him to be a girl, and after he wasn't, I was done. I was like, I'm not gonna try again to have a girl. So I was satisfied with my son. I was a teen mom. I'm married. So yeah, I do know that struggle as well. And I think if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have had my son as a teen, of course. I would have waited until I was married and had my one child. But that was always my dream too, is to just have one child. And I really wanted her to be a girl just so I could have someone more to relate to, like from a female perspective. But yeah, I mean, I had a boy. Look, God must have known what he was doing, because I'm okay with that now, you know. Right. But that's my story so far.
All right. Thank you so much, OG Patrice. Let's go to Miss Adrienne Nash.
Oh, wow. So look for the life story of Adrienne Nash at some point, ladies and gentlemen. I think Tyler Perry might want to turn it into a big screen movie or something. But I have been the fixer for my family of origin. And I've talked about my family of origin on other platforms. I have a sibling who is 11 years younger than me, with special needs. The old school definition, or old school label is retarded. The new school definition is developmentally delayed. I was her guardian and caregiver for a number of years through the Los Angeles County Department of Children and Family Services system. And that was in my mid-late 20s. And I didn't feel like when she was in my care that I could date and set a good example for her. So I didn't date while she was in my care. And then when she was placed out of my care, I pursued my education. So my 2 bachelor's degrees, my MBA, and then here I am now. I have not found a man that I am interested in partnering with and procreating with, and that's just that. And I am the age that I am, and I'm not in a hurry. As I've been on these different YouTube platforms and out here in these YouTube streets, and I hear various big content creators, shaming and shunning women about, you're gonna die alone and that kind of thing. Like that thing personally doesn't trouble me. I personally, like, my estate plan is in place. Not that I have an extraordinarily huge estate, but my estate plan is in place. I have, some financial planning training. I know what kind of resources are out there to help me, let's say, maneuver through my longevity partner free, if that's what it ends up being. And that's just that. That's just it, and that's just all.
Okay. I appreciate all of you guys' honesty and your transparency so much. We do have another person just joined the panel. This is our moderator, Miss Gail Luckett. Big round of applause for her, the queen.
Yay, Gail. This is a treat.
Hello.
Such an
Can you hear
honest-
me okay?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay? Is there an echo?
No, we hear you just fine.
Okay. Well, I am Gail. I do have one daughter. I had her right out of high school. She is 23 now. I'm 41. I did want a big family, but that's not how it worked out. And I'm okay with it some days. Some days I won't. I think it's I want to say it's a woman's nature to want to care for something, like. So I have those feelings sometimes, the baby fever, what they call it. But there are so many children out here that needs that same type of loving that their own parents can't give them. And so I do applaud women, and you ladies on the panel, and I'm sure there are several in the chat and those watching. If you are unable to have children, or just didn't have children, that's at the end of the world, because even though I had a mother, I didn't have a mother. So I think I mentioned on a different panel that I had a 5th grade teacher that kind of halfway raised me, so it's not the end of the world for you. And like I said, I wanted that big family, but after having my child at a young age, never been married. And I know, like, my father was like, I only got to meet him when I was 15. So 3 years later, he passed away. But I know that he'll be disappointed in me for having a child out of wedlock, and for not being married, being so young and no support. And so from that point, this is why I just didn't have any more children. I didn't meet anyone who I felt was worthy of me sharing my womb again. I mean, I just couldn't do it again. So that's my story.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry, she stole my thunder. I skipped over you. So that little icon there just doesn't. You have to get a picture of a person. She stole my thunder. Please introduce yourself.
No worries, no worries. That's because I live by the philosophy that the bloodline ends with me. That's why I have this drummer guy announcing it to the world. I am the last of my kind. No, but I am obviously, by the joke, you guys can tell that I am obviously child free by decision. Patrice and I are about the same age. And, for me, so when I hear her saying I have a kid, I'm like, oh yeah, I could have had a kid by now. I could have had a 20-year-old at this point. And to me, sort of what she touched upon a little bit, it's you kind of you have to feel connected to something. And sometimes you don't feel that way with your kids, you don't feel that way with your family, you know what I mean? And I kind of like, what do I really need to bring in a child into this world to feel connected, to feel like I have a purpose? And I really didn't see that. To me, like a lot of the other women have said on the panel, that there's other ways to bring value to your life and to have a purpose in your life, so.
Okay. So I appreciate everybody's point of view and your introductions. We're going to go into some questions that I thought about as we were putting this together. So let's go to this first question. Have you ever been made to feel less than because you don't have children? Has anybody ever made you feel less than because you don't have any children? And we'll start with Community Solutions, and then from there, anybody else can just jump in if they have a thought or a comment.
Only when I moved to the South did I get actual ridiculed and ostracized, because I'd lived most of my life in Los Angeles, a diverse place where you have diverse families, diverse family structures. You got single women with no kids. That's common. And of all ages, women of all ages. And they live just fine. But when I moved to Louisiana, Louisiana is a Catholic state too. Um, I encountered a lot of, uh, even if you can believe it, I could tell that some women were downright angry. I
Angry.
said, angry.
Wow.
Yes, yes. So I was like, okay. And particularly when went into the church system, that was just like so. And then I noticed that when I told them I'm from California, they would back down a little bit.
Oh,
But now when I go to other parts of the South, people are not as like when I go to Georgia or other. I pass through other places. People, it's not as a big deal. It's just the culture of Louisiana that even it doesn't matter how poor you are, how bad off you are, you have a lot of kids. That's just the way they believe it should be. So, but that's how I was, what I have experienced.
don't you think that's a little bit weird that because if you're poor, you're expected to have a lot of kids, as opposed to what wouldn't you try to, let's say, limit the amount of kids you had because you're poor? And then the other part of that question was, why did they kind of back away once you told them that you're from California?
Um, I don't know if they so much backed away as I kind of backed away from them. Because even sometimes when I go around certain family members, they'll bring it up. Um, it's and these people live in kind of sad conditions to me. I mean, you can come to Louisiana and find people living like it's third world with no lights and no water. Uh, and I just think that I very much hate to see children suffer, and I wasn't gonna do that. So, um, It's their prerogative, to each his own, but I just wasn't going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay. Now, of course, we do have a mixed panel of child-free, and at least two members on the panel have children. That's OG Patrice has one son. Is that right? And our moderator Gail Lockett has one daughter. Is that correct?
Correct. The ones with no children can go first. Me and Gail could go last. I have no problem with that. If that's okay with Gail, I can go last.
So she stole my thunder. Do you have a comment to that? Have you ever been made to feel less than because you don't have children?
On a couple of occasions, yes, I've gotten a couple of comments, but nothing really overtly. Thankfully, nothing to the level of community solutions where I have people, approaching me with some anger and I guess partly community solutions touched upon it. Part of it depends on the culture. Here in Canada, it's very immigrant. A lot of, like she said, a lot of people come from a lot of different mindsets, a lot of different mentalities, a lot of different life experiences. I have where I live in Montreal, there's a lot of people that escaped war, where maybe they saw a lot of trauma, a lot of difficulties. They're refugees from countries where maybe we have quite a lot of Haitians, for example, that may have come here after, the last major earthquake. So they've been through a lot. So for them, having children is not the first concern. Having a family is not necessarily the priority. So they know from experience why somebody would want to have kids or would not want to have kids. So they're, the community is, much more, understanding. I know, of course, my mother is like, where are my grandkids? Where are my grandkids? But it's never done out of like, you need to have, you need to have kids or else, And I kind of looked at her like, how am I going to raise these kids? How am I, where am I going to go? What because I am to a certain degree a much more traditional person, where it's like, look, if I'm going to have kids, it's going to be with a husband. It's going to be with just that one guy. I'm going to get married first, then have kids and all that. And, other panelists have touched upon, I haven't found that guy yet. I haven't found that person that's made me want to rethink having kids and getting married and all that. I'm happy being single. I'm happy being child free. I'm happy with how things are, even though my life isn't perfect and, I don't have everything that I would want to have. I still wouldn't trade it for something else right now. And like, it would take a major convincement for me to change my mind on getting married and having kids. So I've thankfully haven't had a lot of pushback. But I can definitely see, because, Quebec is a lot like Louisiana, where it's very Catholic. And I could have seen, like, if I was 20, 30 years older, I would have gotten much more pushback on being child free and not being married and all of that. But now, because of everything, how Canada is in general now, people usually just leave you alone to your life. And unless you're doing something obviously harmful, nobody's really going to criticize you a whole lot, so.
Okay, awesome. Adrian Nash, can we hear from you on this question? Have you ever been made to feel less than because you don't have children?
I personally have not been made to feel less than because I don't have children. But maybe if there was an understanding of like what my real age was, there might be some pushback or push around about that. I think, well, until recently, I think I appeared aesthetically, I appeared much younger than I actually am. Mm-hmm. Like recently I've been afflicted with like some hyperpigmentation on my face. And so I think that makes me appear a little bit older. But before that, I would be mistaken for someone much younger. And so I think that because of the way that I may have aesthetically appeared, there wouldn't be like the expectation that I would have children. So that's what I have to say about that.
Okay. Now, let us go to OG Patrice or our lovely moderator. On that question, what do you think? What do you think are going through people's minds who make people feel less than? If that's even a good enough question to ask. I mean, obviously, you may not feel this way, but let me just ask you this: do you have any comment on that question?
Actually, I do. I actually used to be a little envious of women that didn't have children.
Wow.
I really did, because I had to hold off on my career, you know, in entertainment until my son got a certain age, because my mother told me I had this baby young. I'm gonna be a mother, and you know what I mean. So, and I wish she was right, and I wish I had waited.
Right.
You know, and my son's father, he went into the service, and we were going to get married, and we were so young, and our parents were from the South, and they were hell bent on us getting married, because that's just how it went back then, you know, because it went that way for my mother, who got married at 16 to my father at 20 when she became pregnant. Mm-hmm. So it just was one of those things, and we fought and we fought, and I'm so glad that we didn't. I actually do not regret getting married that young, because I know we would have been divorced. You know what I mean? And I don't think that having a child should be an excuse for getting married. But of course, back then, that's how things were. But I'm glad that it worked out the way it did for me. Of course, my son's father broke my heart when he told me he didn't want to marry me. Oh. But but that was one of those things that I later came back to and thanked him for, because I don't believe because you have a child and you're young that you need to make such a big step like that when you're not ready. So I think things worked out just well for me in that aspect. But I did used to be a little bit jealous when a lot of my girlfriends that didn't have children, or I would see women that didn't have, I had aunties that never had kids. And I was like, wow, because like you said, Millissa, they will be so freely to get up and go and travel and do as they want without having that responsibility. Mm-hmm. And I had to make arrangements. Yeah. Right? Mm-hmm. Yep. I had to make arrangements. I had to put my career on hold. I couldn't travel for a long time and tour and do the entertainment until my son got older, like in high school, older. You know, so yeah, so that's what I'd have to say. I always actually was fascinated and never jealous when one of my girlfriends or my aunts or my niece tell me they don't want children. I'm like, I get it. I so get it.
Right. Okay, cool. Do you have any thoughts on this question, Gail Lockett, our amazing moderator? And Yolanda is shouting you out, saying, "You come through with your marketing."
Thank you, Yolanda,
for all of the work that you do. Yeah. What do you think on that question? Have you ever been made to feel less than? Just your thoughts. Obviously, you are a mother.
Well, I wasn't made to feel any way for not having more children. I kind of felt bad myself because
wait a minute, Gail, is somebody running some water in the background?
Hold on for a minute though. You hear my fish frying.
Okay. Gail's frying her fish back there.
I'm trying to eat. Oh,
big shout out to everybody that's in the chat room. I'm going to come to your comments very, very soon. Let us know when you're back, Gail.
Yeah, what about now?
Okay.
Yeah. I worked really hard to kind of break generational patterns. I grew up very poor, and not just poor financially, but a very poor mindset. And so I said, when I had my daughter, she would be raised differently. She would be raised to know that she can do whatever she wants. She can do anything. She can be smart. She didn't have to be, just having babies with different daddies and so forth and so on. Um, so I just having one child, I feel like, and this may be a little negative, or this is how I get sometimes though, because there is a chance she can leave before me, and then what will I have? I put all this work into breaking generational patterns and curses to excuse me.
Are you okay, Gail?
Yeah, I'm fine. But yeah, I put in a lot of work to break the generational curses and patterns to just start a whole new legacy of a whole nother family, because I mean, like right now, seriously, my folks don't even know where I live. That's just how much I had to separate from them, because I can't deal with that negativity, that just being toxic and negative, and just a poor mindset.
Yeah.
And so I'm starting over completely. You know what I'm saying? And it's just me and my one child. I'm like, I hope to precede her.
Yeah.
But
Good for
when you only
you.
have one, you know what I'm saying? Kind of give me, sometimes I have those feelings and those thoughts, like I only have that one.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Was somebody saying something? Did somebody want to
No, I was just saying to Gail, that's so big of her. Like you don't even understand. I know how it is to feel the need to want to get away from something that's toxic or something that's not healthy, or um just to get away and start afresh and anew, and like you said, break generational curses. Because I didn't want to get married at 16 with a child just because my mother did. I would have did the same thing my mother did.
Mhm.
I didn't want that. So, kudos to you for, wanting to get away. And I think that no woman should be made to feel guilty or anything, because even if they consciously make the choice to not want to have children, that makes them courageous, actually. And why should we as a society mock that? Because I think that's a wise choice. And if they want to be about self, what's wrong with that? Because it's better than bringing a child in the world knowing you're a selfish person, because you're not going to give that child everything they deserve. It's people that have childs, that bore children, that don't even deserve them.
Mm.
Let's just be real about that. So people that choose not to have them for whatever reason, who are we to judge that?
Right.
At least they made the conscious decision to say, hey, I don't think that'll be a good thing for me. Even if they don't feel that they will be a good mother, at least they made the choice based off of what they feel like they wouldn't be a good mother. Because if they brought the child into the world, would they be abusive?
Wow. That's so key.
I just
so key,
I
right
just wanted to say that, because I know I've had that happen in my family where, women have been, you ain't had no kid yet. Like you said, that pressure from the mother or the grandparent or somebody in the family, or they judging you based off of decisions you have to make and live with in your life. That's all I want to say. I'm sorry. I kind of felt Gail's emotion in that.
I did too, and I really want to give Gail some props there, because that would have taken a lot to break away from your family, to start your own, to start a new life with you and your daughter. Sorry about that. I take my phone off. To start a new life with your daughter, knowing that this is going to be the best choice you're making for your daughter, in the risk of losing the rest of your family. So there must have been a lot of challenges to just go out there on your own. And I see where the emotion's coming from, and I feel like I felt the emotion was coming through there. But let's just hold up our moderator Gail Luckett at this time, because I feel, yeah, Yolanda said she felt that too. The decisions you make, you have to make the right decisions for you and your family. Now, if you don't have children, let's just say, for example, you were single by yourself, you probably would have still done the same, but at least you wouldn't have had to contend with somebody else. You have to deal with the fact that you have a child. Maybe even you might be able to handle being with your family. But you're thinking about the betterment of your child. That's why you had to move away. We're going to bring up another person on the panel. Wow. Yolanda Manning. How are you doing, my dear? Yolanda, just go ahead and unmute yourself. We'd like to have you come join us and share your thoughts.
Is this me? I mean, some feedback, but I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Off your YouTube, from where you're listening to it from.
Gotcha. Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's good. All right, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
So I know that you are also in the same boat as us, being child-free. How are you doing, by the way? It's been a long time.
Girl, it's been forever. It's so good to see. I get the posts and the notifications. And today's the first day I've been able to actually join in. And it was something that was personal to me. So I made sure to make time. But man, thank you. I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing in the community. Congratulations to you and your show. I love to be a part of it.
I really appreciate
That's still an echo. There's still an echo. Yeah.
Is there an echo?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you, Gail. Gail, check the link that I've also dropped in for my Instagram without the extra words at the end.
That could be it.
Is there still an echo now?
How does it sound? How does that sound?
Yes,
moderator?
it's still an echo. It's still an echo.
There's no way to get rid of it. I closed the YouTube channel, but I actually hear it on my end.
Yeah.
Let me see.
You want to either close the tab out or mute out.
Yeah, if you close, are you listening on your phone or on your computer?
I'm on my computer.
Computer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make sure that all the other tabs are closed.
Okay. I think they're all closed. Let me make sure my phone is also closed. Because I was listening to on my phone. All right, is this better?
No, it's still an echo. Are you listening on your computer and talking through your phone?
I'm listening on my computer and talking through a microphone connected to my computer.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, does your computer have its own microphone?
Do you have headphones, Yolanda? Maybe that might work, because usually if I put my headphones on, I'm getting an echo. That seems to resolve it. I wonder if that will work. Yolanda, try with headphones and let me know. All right, we're going to just take a quick station identification. This is the MJ Show. We are here every Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, and we talk about different topics now regarding relationships, lifestyle, and so forth. I might give you even some tech tips as well. I do have experience with technical stuff, and that was supposed to be the direction of the channel, but we'll see where it goes. So I want to thank everybody who is here. Yolanda is coming on a different audio, on a different thing. Now let's just see how this sounds. Give me a thumbs up, Yolanda, if you think that you've got it together. Give me a thumbs up if you think you've got it together. I'll leave you down there until you give me the thumbs up. Okay, Yolanda. All right. So I want to thank each and every person who is tuned in tonight. I really, really appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Feel free to share it if you haven't already done so with a friend or two who may be interested in a topic such as this. Again, we are here every Thursday at 8 p.m. I know there's a lot of stuff going on at this time, so I do appreciate you being with us right now. I want to give a big shout out to the Intentional Millionaire, who is one of the sponsors of today's show. He's the biggest sponsor of today's show. And also to MSE Network, where we are also streaming live. I appreciate each and every one of you. Feel free to support in any way, whether it's just by a like, a share, whichever way. We appreciate it. All right, I want to bring Yolanda up just to see if her audio has come back. I think we lost somebody. Who did we lose? We lost somebody, but let's bring up.
We lost Adrian.
Okay. Yolanda.
Hey, can you hear me?
Sounds good to me. How does it sound to you?
Better?
Ladies, how does it sound to you guys?
Sounds much better now.
Much better.
Okay. I literally did nothing except logged off and logged back on. So I'm glad that it's working now. Hello. Welcome. Hello.
Bonsoir.
Yolanda, it's good to have you.
Thank you. So the only thing that I wanted to share is I am a person who has never wanted any children. And it took me until I was engaged to my college sweetheart in, must have been around 1999 or so. So it was some years ago. And as we started chatting about our life together, I got some anxiety and I had to figure out what that was about. And ultimately I didn't want children. And it wasn't about the fact that I don't love kids or that I don't think kids are amazing. I chose not to be a mother responsible for another human life. Now, that was at age 23. I'm now about to turn 45, and that hasn't changed. The judgment that I get is interesting, right? From women, I think more women understand than men. Men assume that it is a detriment of my body. Oh, you can't have children. Right? And the answer to me is always, I don't know. I've never tried, right? Exactly. There's a million ways to not have children, birth control, condoms, etc. And I use them all, right? Because I know in my heart, it's not something that I desire. I don't want to be a full-time mom. And men have said I'm selfish. Women have said I'm selfish. And I don't disagree, right? All those things may be true because children are, in my opinion, expensive. They require a lot of work, patience. I manage currently 11 people, and the time and attendance that they require that are not my children, just employees of mine, is ridiculous, right? Yeah. So I know I don't have the capacity. Some women, I think there's the general feeling that women are caretakers. I don't think all women are that.
Yeah.
I am a woman that is not. Right. While I love people and I love to cherish and nurture, I'm not a natural born caretaker. And so the desire to care for children and do all of that for someone that is mine was never in me. Right. And yeah. The interesting thing is my mother is 78 and I'm now taking care of her. Oh. And if there's anything that has shown me that I'm not that person, it's taking care of her. I love her. Yeah. Right. And I can do, and I thankfully have the ability to do what she needs, but it's not something that I enjoy. Yeah. Right. I do it because I can, I want to, but it's not something that is just innate in me. So I think there's also a thing that we don't talk about where there's a generalization that women are caretakers and women are this and women are emotional and women blah, blah, blah. No, I don't fit into that. Right. And I rebuke everyone that tells me that because I'm a woman and I have a vagina, I could, and I'm supposed to do a certain thing because I don't.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way.
It's funny though that there are a lot of men who are also caretakers.
Yeah.
You know, I know quite a few personally, but there was something that you said that I wanted to bring up. Okay, so you're taking care of your mom. You're the caretaker for your mom now.
Yeah.
Even that experience, does that not even make you think, well, who would take care of me?
No,
in your mom's
it
position?
doesn't. It doesn't. It actually made me update, right? And so I'm very fiscally responsible. So I updated my will and everything to say, put me in a facility where someone can monitor my activities, etc. Because the one thing that people always say to me is, who will take care of you?
Yeah.
Right? If you don't have kids, who will take care of you when you get old? First of all, it's not a reason to have children. Right? Me having children today to ensure that I'm taken care of 60 years later is dumb to me, my opinion, right? It's a horrible reason to have children because there's 60 years where I still have to be a caretaker, right? So I've put in place systems or actions that my brother and my sister-in-law, who hopefully will be living when I pass, to take care of me. I just think it's a horrible reason to have children, right? To take care of you. Current to state, right? My mom is like, she throws a lot of that at me. And here's the unpopular opinion, right? The unpopular opinion. So my mom says, I need you to take care of me. And of course, as her daughter, I say, absolutely. What do you need? Everybody else outside our circle says it's your responsibility because she took care of you. My opinion is she chose to do that.
Exactly.
Right? At some point, her and my dad sat down and said, let's have children.
Right.
I had the same sit down with my ex-fiance when we were engaged and planning our wedding and said, I don't want to have kids. And we dropped our engagement, never got married because I said, I don't want that. So for her to now say it's my responsibility to take care of her when I was never a part of the decision isn't fair. But I get it. However, I would never do that to an offspring. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have very, very similar.
You're absolutely right, Wanda. Absolutely.
I just commend her for even being brutally honest about it. Like, bravo.
And I mean, to me, sorry to cut in there. To me, it sort of reminds me of what you had said, Millissa Jayne, about how we're, in the Bible, it says, well, because Eve did this, now the rest of us have to bear children. Right. And I think it's often linked in that same kind of mentality because our mothers went through that, our grandmothers went through that, our great grandmother. Well, now you have to continue that cycle.
Yep.
That cycle of poverty, that cycle of, what, Gail had said, that cycle of what everybody else had gone through because they suffered, because they went through this, you also have to go through this. And like, everybody else had said on the panel, that's not fair.
Right.
Why are we agreeing to put ourselves through that punishment for something that I didn't ask Eve to sin? Did all of us are women here? Did any of you tell Eve to sin? No, of course not. None of us told her to do that. She made a decision, and yes, okay. She was told from the get-go that, hey, look, you do this, there's going to be consequences. Okay, no problem. But why am I paying for somebody else's? Like you said, Yolanda, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and to back up that, she stole my thunder, to back up that verse that Millissa read. It may be behind it or a little bit behind it. It also says that it was that way because Eve is the mother of all nations, meaning the mother of all nationalities, all races, all creeds. So that meant all women. It didn't matter where on God's earth that you were, all women that choose to bear children will go through the labor pains. So that I just wanted to just kind of give that reasoning, but and that's the thing, you have to choose, because listen, God gives us choices. We make choices. Like believers and non-believers. You choose to believe or not. You choose to have a child or not. So when you make that choice to not, you don't have to worry about the childbearing labor pains. Women that like myself and other women on this panel knew that it was coming for us. We knew that was what our mothers and our grandmothers told us, that you're gonna go through the labor pains.
Well, that's the thing. It's that pain, the consequences of Eve's decision wasn't just about the labor pains, because it also was the fact that we're now not in the Garden of Eden. We now live a life. We have death, right? We're not, not have, so there's a whole bunch of consequences that we're going through for one woman's decision. And that's what
because she was, yes, again, because she was a woman, and she was the mother of all nations. So with her being a woman, it was sort of like, if you look at it, it was like God said that would be the punishment for the mother of all nations and all women that come behind her.
Right.
Yeah.
So Millissa was actually right. In retrospect, if you believe that, that's exactly what it was. We were to pay for the original sin that Eve committed in the Garden of Eden.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, neither do I. But I guess I'll put it in this way as well. I guess if I'm putting myself in Eve's.
I wasn't saying it was fair. I was just breaking it down.
Of course. I understand. To me, I kind of look at it at this way as well. If I'm Eve, right, and I now know that there's going to be generation after generation after generation of women going through this, all because of what I decided to do, I'd feel really shitty. You know what I mean? And I know it's in the Bible as well, where you have 3 generation or 5 generation of like sin or whatever. Like you do something and then your kid pays for it and your grandkids pay for it. I would feel really horrible if I did something and now my kids have to deal with it, and they're now living the consequences of it. Now imagine you're Eve and you're being told, like if you believe that, the earth is 6,000 years old, for example, there's, Christians that have that belief. You now know that there's 6,000 years of women going through this because of what you did. You know what I mean? So I think for me, that's how I view that punishment, that she now has to live with that thought that, I mean, if I don't know if she's in heaven or hell, I don't know any of that kind of, what kind of consequences she had when she passed away. But part of me thinks that, okay, wherever she is in the afterlife, she has to bear with that consequence of. So for me, that's how I view that she's the mother of all nations. But it's like we said, none of us here thinks it's fair that we have to live with that, even though that's her curse, So.
And that's why you can choose not to. Isn't that the beauty of it? You can make that choice.
Thank God for free will. That leaves that much. For
there everybody. You go, free will.
Free will.
Patrice,
go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave the caveat, if you believe that. If you believe that Eve's actions resulted in countless generations of consequences for an entire gender of half the human race, I don't know that I necessarily believe that, because it's my understanding that all mammals, all creatures that bear live babies experience pain in childbirth.
That is true, Adrienne. But I'm speaking biblically, and the reason why I said if you believe, because there are some non-believers. That's the only reason why I said that.
Right. And but for me, I do. So, but I'm also going to say, and I mentioned in the chat, that I do consider myself to be a Christian, but I don't believe that the reason why women, human women, have pain in childbirth is because of what Eve did. I don't believe that.
Okay.
Because
And
again,
that's
I'm going to go back to saying that all mammals experience pain in childbirth.
Okay. But the Bible did not say that. When Millissa read it, she read it as, and so that's and the only reason why I say if you believe, because again, we all have a choice to believe or not to believe. You believe because of the all mammal thing, but that's not what is said. So I said, because there may be some people that don't believe. There may be some non-believers on this panel, in the chat, you know what I mean, that just don't believe in the Bible or whatever, for whatever reason. So that's why I said, and that's why we have free will, right? The choice, the right to choose based off of our belief or whatever system that is. You know what I'm saying? And I respect the reason why you're saying you don't believe.
Actually, I'm a little bit unsure on why Adrian doesn't believe that women.
I don't believe. Let me be clear. I don't believe that all women are cursed. I'm sorry. Let me try it this way. I don't believe that all human women are cursed with painful childbirth because of Eve's sin. I do not believe that. Now, I am also going to say that I consider myself to be a Christian, but I still do not believe that, because it is my understanding that all mammals, so all creatures that bear live babies, they don't hatch eggs. So it's my understanding that all mammals experience pain in childbirth. So I cannot separate conceptually, I cannot separate, okay, if all mammals experience pain in childbirth, I cannot believe that human mammals were specifically cursed with painful childbirth because of what Eve did. So that is my statement.
Okay.
And I get it. I'm just saying to you, think about this. Human beings, God made us different from animals. Even though we are all part of God's creation, we are separate as human beings in that sense. Do you understand? Does that make sense? So in the content of which the Bible, in the context of which the Bible is speaking, with Eve being the mother of all nations, meaning the mother of all women of all nations around the world, it only pertained to women, human beings, women that bear children. That's the content in which that statement is made in the Bible. That's all I'm saying. And the only way, I get what you're saying, but the only reason why I said, if you don't believe in the Bible or you're a non-believer, then I can definitely rock with why you don't believe that, because you just don't believe, period. But I was trying to convey to you that only stands for the female human being species that God created. That's what that didn't stand for animals, other male mammals or animals. It's only for the female human being.
But I think for me, my thought would be, regardless of whether you are a Christian and a believer, or a non-Christian, or a believer of some other faith, or a non-believer in general, this conversation is about choice, potentially.
That
right?
part.
So
that part.
Whether you believe that Christ, the Almighty, Jesus, God, whoever, wanted to inflict pain on women or animals, etc., I think this conversation is more about like the choice that we as women make, either outside of Christian beliefs or inside of them, that we make proactively to say, I do or do not want children. Right. And that's something that I would love to explore more relative to the conversation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I totally agree. Again, it goes back to free will and freedom of choice, freedom of speech, freedom of the right to what you want to do with your body. You know, that's where that goes. You're right. Absolutely, Yolanda. Whether you're a believer or not, it's your choice. That's the bottom line.
Right. And I agree. But to your point, are there Christians that believe that women have the responsibility to give birth? I mean,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's that.
Oh, yeah.
I've gotten those type of feelings because I've, from a very young age, decided I don't want children. And so it's not just men that judge me, but women who are like, it is your duty.
Absolutely.
Right? Is that coming from a Christian perspective?
Absolutely. You're right. Old school, newer school, depending on your, you know, your religion, what religion you fall under, whether it be Catholic or, they absolutely, because of the whole constitution of marriage and what women duty is in that content, right? Let's look at, you marry, you bear children for your husband. You procreate to make the earth plentiful, right? So of course they use that in the faith to say, yeah, all women should have children, unless you can't bear children, unless you end up like, what's her name in the Bible? Was it Sarah or somebody? Somebody couldn't have the children.
Yeah, Sarah.
At first.
Yeah. I know I'm rusty, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, quick question. Hold that thought a second. Major Change Group saying that she hears music in the background. I don't hear it. Does anybody else hear music in the background?
I was hearing a vibration sound before, a little bit of a.
It's probably me. Do you hear it now?
No.
Yeah, my TV has got music on.
Yeah, you were hearing a vibrator.
Hey, listen. Sorry about that.
Don't judge me. I'm doing what I need to do over here. Don't judge me.
Ladies, quick. If you could just put your phones on mute or turn them down so that or even turn the buzzer off for a second, just while we're online. She said Justin Timberlake, and turn off the music in the background if you have any, just to keep the audience happy with everything. But let's continue the conversation. Again, we're tuned into MJ Live. We're talking about the topic of women without children are unfulfilled, some people say. Now, we're going to go into a little bit more depth as far as how we are all fulfilled. Even though we don't have children, we are still fulfilled. We're going to talk a little bit about that. But on the topic of the whole thing with the Bible, Eve was responsible for, as far as all womankind. For those that believe that, obviously, if you don't believe then that that's fine. Everybody has their own opinions and their own beliefs. This is not to try to convince anybody of our beliefs. This is what I believe, as far as what I believe from the Bible, that women were, let's say, cursed in that regard. And I said to myself, I don't want part of that. I don't want part of that curse. I'm going to I have a choice. I have a choice to do whatever I want with my body, be that as it may, whether it's going against God's plan or what. I don't know. He didn't say that we all have to have children. In the Bible, it said go forth and go forth and what was it? Go forth and multiply, was it in the Bible? But is that a requirement, or is that just
multiply?
I don't know. What do you think about that, Yolanda? Looks like you wanted to say something.
Well, but I think ultimately there are some women who don't have children that are unfulfilled.
Yeah.
Right? They want kids. They're having issues. Their bodies aren't producing the eggs or whatever. Their husbands aren't producing the sperm, whatever it may be that they may have. I think that there's absolutely those women that exist. I think that is a true 100% fact. But I also think there's women like myself, and I can only speak for myself, that are 100% fulfilled in not having children, because that's a decision that I've made, regardless of Christ or the Bible or whatever. Personally, I've said that I am not a caretaker personality. But I think there's both that absolutely exist in the same realm. Women who are unfulfilled that want children, and women who are 100% fulfilled and do not.
I know when I was younger, and my daughter was, after she was like like maybe 5 or 6, my folks used to say, "It's time for another one, ain't it?" You know, something like that. Or when the youngest child started to get so old, we need a new baby in the family. I'm like, y'all, they hit me with this one. Who's gonna feed it? Who's gonna do that in the third? You know how hard it was being a single parent and really having all that family but no support. It's like, what are y'all here for? So you're not taking care of one.
Yeah.
And that's the issue I had, is that there was always this guilting. They want to guilt you, but nobody has any support for you. You know what I mean? Nobody. And like I said before, I don't like to see children suffering.
Right.
And as far as the men go, now in my case, had I met a husband who would have been adequate, who I felt like wouldn't run away after first couple of months of buying diapers, then I probably would have had children if I felt safe enough that he would not run away, because there's that, because once the baby is here, then you're kind of stuck, so they can go. That's how a lot of them feel.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's an old school mentality. Like in the old school, God will provide, do what you do type of thing. Is it an old school? Like, has it changed from our age group to like the millennials? Like, is this an old school thing that is dying out?
I don't think so.
To me, millennials have more kids than Gen X. Like, I see them pregnant all the time, but then they still live at home with their mamas and daddies and stuff.
Exactly. And still talking about God got my back, and God got my back. But no, your mother be having your back, and your grandmother be having your back. Like, come on here. Let's be real.
At 13, 14, we had summer jobs. We had the old Generation X. We had to hustle. So, and a lot of us, the oldest ones, were the caretakers of the younger children. So I know a lot of my friends didn't have any. So, there's that.
But I feel like as we progress through the generations, people are having less kids younger. So there's got to be some type of correlation.
I'm gonna go.
I don't know.
Scripture again. Somebody was asking me to go ahead and read that scripture.
That's okay.
Give me 1 second, guys. So, to the woman, I mean, obviously, Eve had already sinned and all of that jazz, and he was dishing out his punishment. God gave out a long list. It sounds like I have a grudge against God, doesn't it? I don't. But so God says, "I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children." We're going to stop it there. Yolanda, we'll definitely have another discussion on the second part. I saw your comment about that, but that was that version. There was another version I had. Bear with me, guys. Let me see if I can find the other version. If it makes a difference. Unto the woman he said, "I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children." I don't know. Every time I read that, I just feel like that's so harsh.
I want Adrian to see where it says "unto the woman."
Yeah, I mean it's there. I'm sure Adrian has seen this before. I don't think this is anything new. It's just a belief that Adrian has, and we're not here again to convince her to change her mind. We're just
no, of course not. No, not at all, Millissa. But I wanted her, because sometimes the Bible does talk about animals, and it says to all the fowls of the air and all the animals of the land. It does be specific, and in this specific context, it is specific to the woman.
Yeah, it's there. Adrian, do you want to respond, or are you happy with what you've already stated? Adrian, I think she's probably struggle streaming again.
Struggle streaming.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
I'm sorry, I was typing a response in the private chat. And I don't multitask well. What's the question, please?
Me neither, girl.
What is the question?
We can't all be Gail Lockett, you know.
Yeah. OG Patrice, could you just restate what you had said, and let's just see if Adrian wants to respond or not.
Yeah, no, I was just only making the statement about how that particular content specifically was addressed to the woman and not, woman and mammals and fowls of the air. And sometimes, like the Bible, is specific to that. So sometimes, we pay attention to the things that the Bible doesn't say, and it did not say that. It specifically said woman. So I just wanted Adrian to see that. And I'm not trying to change your mind about your feelings. I was just saying, making that a statement that it was specifically to the woman.
Adrian Nash.
Oh no, I understood that. I can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you? Oh no. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. No, I understood the context of the scripture. I do believe that you didn't state specifically, Millissa, but I do believe that scripture is specifically from Genesis.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. 3:19. Okay.
And so, I'm familiar with that. That sounds about right. Yes. Again, I do consider myself to be a Christian, but I do not believe that human females are the only creatures that experience pain in childbirth. And so, I don't know, like my feminist views might start to creep out in this discussion here. And I said in the chat earlier, well, who wrote the Bible? I believe it is true that the Bible is written by men. And I believe that it's true that a lot of the views in the Bible are used, are used to specifically subjugate women and children. But I'm still a Christian, but this is what I believe.
It was written by men, but they can't make us have that. They can't. Never mind.
It was written. Well, they say it was written by man, but inspired by God. Now I'm going to digress from that.
Okay.
It was inspired. It was written by men, but inspired by God. But the fact of the matter is, it's still written by men. And so there's a lot of like verbiage and stories and things in the Bible that are very pejorative towards women. I did not mean to get up into this discussion tonight, ladies. This might be a conversation for another night.
I'm digressing. I digress.
But isn't it all about what you're talking about is we're not going to go there, but I'm just saying in general, what you bring me to is we could go into a conversation about how our country was founded on bullshit that is very much about white male America. Same shit.
Right.
The Bible, right? I'm not saying, please, Christians, don't come at me. I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying any of that, but I'm saying when these things were formed, created, shared out publicly, right? Black people were not equal. So women, not even Black people in this instance, what we're talking about now, women were not equal. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Right.
I feel like it's a really good point. And so I think at the end of this, when we talk about why we do or do not have children, it's about our choice. Because we
Exactly. For me, it's about my choice. It's about my choice, my autonomy,
right?
My ability to self-govern.
Yes.
Like all of these things to me go into why at this juncture of my life when I am unpartnered, why I choose not to have children at this time. And I'll even take it even further in my personal life and the way that I live my life. I have lived my life, the majority of my life, as a celibate. So that's like some whole other kind of.
I don't understand any of that.
well, you know what? We're gonna put a pin in. We're gonna put in that.
Put a pin in it, Millissa. I don't understand that.
And we're also gonna put a pin in the whole religious Bible portion as well, because that's way too broad and way too deep than we wanted to go into.
Fair.
I value your opinion, Adrian Nash, and especially for the finance part, which we're going to come to in a little bit.
Sure.
So hold on, guys. This is MJ Live. We're here every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be talking about some topics, and we could probably develop quite a list of topics right from this stream tonight. I want to thank all of my guests so far. We're not even halfway through this yet. Our moderator, Gail Lockett, thank you for being with us. Yolanda Manning from Jacksonville, Florida. OG Patrice, famous entertainer, if I can say that. Community Solutions, amazing lady, want to do some solutions for the community. And Adrian Nash, finance extraordinaire. We're going to get to her in a little bit. She stole my thunder. Je m'appelle, the French.
Nice try.
We're here to have some fun, but we're here to talk about an issue that I don't think is been talked about very, very often. Most of the panel guys who are on here tonight, we're all child-free, we're all childless. We're satisfied, we're contented, we're happy. We're happy with our lifestyle. Here's the flyer which I put together. Women without kids are unfulfilled, say some. We're here to tell you, not so. Not so. When I put this comment out, I got quite a few messages saying, wow, that's an interesting topic. I want to be there for it. And I'm happy that you are. If you're in the chat room, thank you for being in the chat room. We're going to come to many of your comments. If you have a specific question, put question at the beginning of it and drop it in again, because I know a lot of comments came in as I was doing the monologue, and I've missed them, and I'm gonna have to go all the way back. So if you do have a specific question on anything we've spoken about today, just drop it in again, and we'll come back to it. I want to go to another part of the questions that I had prepared. Let's talk about being child-free and your career, or child-free and your freedom to do whatever you want. And you can expand on that as much as you'd like. Who'd like to go first there? Just unmute and just go for it.
I'll go for it.
Go ahead, Yolanda.
So for me, right, I think it depends. I think there's people in this category who are unfulfilled because they want children. I've never in my life wanted children. I think I've been more on this selfish tip. That's what society's told me. I'm selfish. I think for me, I like the luxury of freedom. I like the luxury that my money is mine, the luxury that my planning is mine, the luxury that I don't have to consult with others. Now, me not wanting children isn't just birthing children. It's also not wanting someone to date that also has children. So I'm full 100% in the do not want to raise your child spectrum. And I think many women will concede to, he's a good man, I will raise his children. That isn't me necessarily, right? And so it's led good or bad, it's led to me be single for a very long time.
Yep.
But I will say that I am content in my life. I travel often. I travel well. I do amazing things. So there's no negative connotation to me except that I do not have a partner. And so I think there's a trade-off, right? And there's a, if I decide that this is the life that I want, what am I willing to deal with, right? At what age are these children okay for me? And for me, it's always been a struggle because I'm like #no kids, but I understand teenagers and adults may be different. That's a choice I've made, and I feel very comfortable with it because I feel as though I have a good life. I have an active life, good friends. I do lots of things. I was just in Jamaica 2 months ago. I was in Mexico. Like, I do great things. So yeah. I think it's all about the decisions that you make.
Okay.
That's me.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Let me see. Adrian Nash is coming back in as a second person. That's okay. Whoever you are, whichever one. Anybody else want to go next about your career, child-free career and freedom, that sort of thing?
I'll go next. I'm with Yolanda. I am child-free 100% of the way. I don't want to be a baby mama, a stepmother, second. I don't want none of it. Once you have a kid, you're not. And I've been, especially in our age group, because I know all of us tend to be a little bit older than our 20s. We'll all pretend like we're 27 for tonight, but we all know that's a little bit of a lie, just a little lie. But I know at my age, there's a lot. Of course, most of the men that I'm going to meet that are single, chances are divorced with children. I don't want to be taking care of your kid that's 15, 16. That's not going to take me. Like, how am I going to step into their lives and tell them what to do and have the authority? I've never been a mother. I don't know how to be a mother, especially not to a 15-year-old who does not look at me as their mother. But yet I'm sharing a home with a father. To some degree, this is my home as well. So I have to kind of quote unquote be the authority figure when I don't really want to. And, that kind of allows me in my career. I'm not the serious type of person, so I don't want to go and, I have to plan for this, plan for that in career. And as much as I would like to do like Yolanda and go on vacation 10 times a year, I know there's a lot of work that goes to it. And I'm too relaxed for that kind of thing, So like, don't bring me your kids, don't bring me your 20-year plan and career. All this.
Getting the echo. We're getting the echo from somewhere. Echo somewhere.
Mute your phones. Mute your lines if you're not speaking. The crimes, major crimes. I think it's major crimes. Brought up. I'll go ahead and mute you. Are you still hearing it now?
No, I don't hear it.
Okay, go ahead. She stole my thunder. Finish your thought.
Well, yeah. So basically, for me, I consciously all the way.
No, it's there. It's there. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll check on my son.
Okay, so we lost major crimes. She stole my thunder. Just say something for a second.
Hello. Do you guys hear me now better?
Sounds okay to me. Anybody else?
Say something again.
Je peux vous montrer comment parler en français si vous voulez.
Echo.
Okay, it is me then.
Okay, I don't hear it. I typically if I'm using my headphones, I don't hear all the little intricacies. But I'm glad you guys are hearing it. All right, so sorry about that. She stole my thunder. What I do hear though is a little squeaky thing when you speak.
I'll log off and come back on to see if that fixes it.
Okay, awesome. Does anybody else want to talk about just being child-free, your career, or freedom?
For me, hi, Adrian.
Hey.
Everybody's
I'm sorry. Am I talking over somebody?
Adrian was just about to say something.
Oh, go ahead, Adrian. Go ahead.
Now it's a lot of it's an echo again. It's an echo and it's really bad.
I think everybody's echoing.
You don't hear it from me though, right?
I don't hear.
I do not hear your echo.
Okay.
Oh my, you right.
I do hear
Now I
my
hear my
echo.
echo.
I don't know what it is.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
All right, maybe if you just go out and come back in, maybe that might resolve it.
Do you all hear my echo?
I don't hear it. I don't hear anybody's echo, to be honest.
Yeah, Adrian, you're echoing too.
I do hear my echo as well. I'm gonna come back.
Okay.
Okay, me too. Because I hear myself echoing.
Except Millissa has echo. Millissa is the only one not echoing. I'm glad for that. Everybody, welcome to MJ Live. We are doing a show. We're talking about child-free living. You know, women who have chosen not to have children. Actually, the echo from you, but has gotten worse with the others. No echo from you, but it has gotten worse with the others. All right, we'll see if it resolves when they come back, and if not, that will be very, very sad if it doesn't. Let's see. Let's bring back. OG Patrice, give me a sound check, please.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
See, I don't hear it. Let's see. Moderator, echo or not? Give us a sound check.
Mic check 1 2.
All right. Does anybody hear the echo? Because I'm not hearing anybody's echo. Let's add.
I didn't hear anything. No.
Adrian Nash.
Mic check 1 2.
All right. Community Solutions.
Testing.
All right. And
Do y'all hear echo? Because I hear one still.
Oh.
Yep, I hear it.
Okay.
I do.
I think that was Community Solutions. All right. Are you still hearing it now? Somebody else?
Yes. Please? Yeah, I'm hearing it.
All right. Everybody mute yourselves. And I'm going to just go through. Everybody just mute yourselves. Don't leave. Just mute yourselves. Okay. Yolanda, could you say something, please?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. OG Patrice, could you unmute and say something?
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
All right. Yolanda, did you hear any echo from Patrice?
No echo.
All right. We're good on those two fronts. Let's try Adrian Nash. Adrian Nash, could you just unmute and say something, please?
The vowels are A, E, I, O, and U, and sometimes Y.
All right. Any echo?
Oh, I heard an echo.
Lots of echo.
So there we have we've identified the echo. It's from you, Adrian Nash. If you could just possibly log in the way how you logged in the first time, because I think you had logged in with a different device before.
I actually cannot. That device is completely dead.
Oh, all right. Plug it in if you can. Plug it in if you can. I will see you in a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. The show must go on. Let's see. Moderator, could you just give us one more check again, just to be sure?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Thank you. OG Patrice, did you hear any echo there?
A little bit. I even hear a little bit from me now. Again.
You should see if you go to your I think it's somewhere in your studio, Millissa, to be an echo cancellation button.
All right, let me go check that out. Okay, audio. Echo cancellation is on. Echo cancellation is already on.
So should it be off?
Turn it off. All right. How are we sounding? How are we sounding?
Mic check,
check,
1 2 1 2.
I
How
think
do I sound, guys?
it's an echo.
It's still an echo.
Yeah.
I don't know
That's
what
weird.
All right. You know what I'm gonna do? The could it be streamed? Could it be StreamYard? How can it be everyone? Yeah. What I want to do is actually probably plug in my headphones. Maybe it's rebounding through, even though you're not hearing it from me. Maybe it does have something to do with me. So I'm going to unplug my. I'm going to plug in my headphones. Melissa's okay. It's Patrice. I think it's one of you guys, but I just want to just double check. We can always
Okay.
improve, on something. All right, guys. So let me
Cut it back off your end. That constellation. Now you're coming out.
now I'm echoing.
Say something again.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Still up. You're not echoing, Melissa. We are.
Yeah, I don't know how to resolve that. Since it's you guys that are echoing. So I'm gonna put back the echo cancellation.
Maybe we should drop off, put a fresh link down, and we come back up.
Yeah. It's the same. It's gonna be the same link because obviously it's the same stream. But just go out one more time. Let's just try it. Go out one more time, completely out, and come back in.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right, guys. You just got real quiet. She says, "I just got real quiet." No, Melissa is okay. Just very quiet. All right. You just got real quiet. That's interesting. All right. Seems like we're having some audio issues right now. We're not finished by a long shot, guys. We still got a lot to talk about tonight. And what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of it, is to put in my headphones. I'm gonna put my headphones on, and let's see if at least I'll probably be able to hear it better if I do. I don't want to mess up my hairdo, man. I don't want to mess up my hairdo. All right, we're gonna try it one more time before I do that. I don't really want to put the headphones on. Moderator, could you say something for us?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Again, I don't hear any echo. Let's try Adrian Nash. Mic check for you, please.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. That's better.
Sounds good to me. How does it sound to you, moderator?
It sounds fine.
All right, let's go with the crimes. I'll be back in a second. Not a problem. The crimes. The crime Dave. Let's hear a sound check.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any echo from the other panels there?
No, I don't hear echo from the crime Dame.
All right. So today's topic, have you been listening for a while, the crime Dame? I think we're back in business. Let's try putting back community.
Yeah, I was eating. That's why I didn't come on right away.
Okay, not a problem. Shantae said it's better. Welcome, Shantae. It's good to have you up. I've been looking at your comments, and we seem to be okay now. So far, so good. Let's try community solutions. I know that you're in the bus station or the airport or somewhere. Let's see how you sound.
How does that sound?
All right. How do we sound, guys?
I'm getting an echo from Community Solutions.
All right. It's you.
Echo,
Well, all right. I'll just drop off and listen in the chat.
All right. We appreciate you so much so far. Sorry that happened because we want to make sure that everybody can hear okay. And let's put back. She stole my thunder. Just give us one quick check.
Mic check. Do I sound okay?
You sound great.
Okay.
We're in business.
We're back in business, ladies. Yeah, it's Community Solutions. Yeah, she's just dropped off. We appreciate you so much, community. Have a safe journey. Just take part in the chats, and we do really appreciate your opinion on everything. So she's gonna be taking part in the chats, and hopefully we can continue the conversation. So we were talking about being child free and your career and your freedom. Did everybody have a chance to weigh in on that part of the conversation?
So I think I was starting to give some commentary there for me. But for me, I'm going to say that there have been some interruptions in my career based on my choices. And those choices have been to be of service to my family of origin. So while it is true that I am child free, in a lot of ways, I can relate to women who have children and who have like caregiving responsibilities. I have a niece who had a spinal fusion surgery in the summer of 2017. She was 16 then. That was a major surgery for her. It literally meant that I was wiping her posterior after that surgery.
Yeah.
And after that surgery, or several weeks after that surgery, I said to my niece, the then 16-year-old, and her little sister who was 5, I asked them, when I get old and I need someone to put in my teeth and put on my wig, do y'all got me? You got me? And they both said, no. And I thought that was so interesting because I was literally wiping one of their posteriors. But for me, I decided, okay, well, I guess I better get that figured out. And so, I've done my estate planning, to this point in my life. And again, I don't have a very large estate. And I'm just, I'm looking forward to utilizing my credentials and my education for a very lucrative career. And I'm grateful for the fact that there is only me to consider at this juncture.
Yeah.
And that's that. So cheers to that.
Cheers to you on that. Now, could you actually, before I go to that, does anybody else just want to weigh in on that topic before we're going to go deeper into finances and estate planning and stuff like that? That's specifically why I brought Adrienne Nash on board, because she has a lot of experience in this area. So anybody else want to talk about the freedom and your career and so forth?
I really didn't have a career. I did have a child, and I really didn't have a career because I had her so soon in life. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had her so soon in life, so I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I was growing up in a rural area of Alabama, so that you didn't hear about a lot of you didn't hear about stuff like careers anyway. You hear like those basic rural jobs, and so what I had to do is I had to kick in survival mode because I was a single mother, and I just had to go to school and do something. So I ended up going to school for cosmetology and got my license in cosmetology. Did hair for a while, but I changed professions and got into into banking and other stuff, and had to at one point send my daughter to stay with my mom for a few years because I couldn't afford childcare. And I want to continue to go to work, but either I do that or go stay in the country, back in the country and just depend on the government for welfare and food stamps. I was making decent money, but not enough to take care of my child, keep her, the daycare and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
And the last thing I'll say about that is that like it sort of kind of brings me, to bring in everybody what everybody has said so far is that ultimately whether you have a child or not, you kind of have to make a certain amount of greedy choices. You have to be narcissistic and egotistical to some degree. Because whether you want to have children, whether you don't want to have children, you're doing that for personal reasons to some degree. For the most of us, like unless you biologically can't have children or somebody forces themselves upon you, for the most part, most of us are choosing it. So most of us have to realize that you're making a conscious decision. What is my priority? What is important for me? Is it having a kid? Is it having a career? Is it having, for me, like, Gail, I don't have much of a career, even though I could have invested a lot more time and effort into that. For me, that was a decision that I had to make. What's important for me? Where do I want to go? Where do I see myself? And no matter what your decision, you have to sacrifice a certain amount of things for that. Whether it's sacrificing having a kid, sacrificing having a career, sacrificing whatever it is, everybody has to make that decision regardless. So, when Yolanda was saying that before, that some people are accusing her of being, narcissistic or greed or whatever, we all are. We all are, regardless of our decision. It's all done for ourselves. When you hear some parents talking about their children, and I know maybe Adrian will talk about this. I want a legacy. I want something but you see how they start off with the I want, I want that, they're it's automatically doing it for themselves. You know what I mean? But I'll let Adrian talk more about legacy if that's really where she wants to go with that. But yeah, I mean, everything we do is partly for our own sake, partly for ourselves, no matter what. So you have to be conscious and just live with that decision and be happy with that decision, regardless of what it is.
Can I speak on that?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I think last week when you first brought the topic up, I said that well, I guess I'm from that era when your parents, and I'm from a big family. My mom had 5 girls, so she pretty much raised us in that time that, you grow up, you get married, you have kids. So I'm from that era. So when I would meet women who did not have kids, who were of a certain age, the first thing I would say was, what do you don't like children? That would be my first question to them. And as I got a little bit older, I realized that, that's just how I was raised, and that's not how it actually should be. So I don't even second think it now. If I meet a woman of a certain age, she does not have kids. So my daughter, which she's my only child, she turned 40 this year, and she does not have any children. And just like she stole my thunder, just said that I kind of push her to like, well, you're my only child and I don't have any grandkids yet. Can I get at least one grandkid? But she's not having it at all. She's like, well, unless you're going to have another kid that's going to give you grandkids, you won't have grandkids. So like she just said, it's just my own selfish reasons now for wanting her to have a baby, because I want to be a grandmother. Like all my girlfriends have kids. She's the oldest grandchild, and she's the only one who does not have any kids. So it's for my own selfish reasons that I want her to have kids, because I want to be a grandmother. And now that she's older, so it's almost like, I don't have to worry about, taking kids to school and doing all that. So now I can enjoy some of the things that I was not able to enjoy when she was younger, when I was, a single mom.
I'll just add this one little thing. I know for me, when my mom first started saying, hey, what about the grandkids? What about the grandkids? Oh, so you don't mind that I drop them off at your place for the day? That stopped her the conversation almost right away. Once I started saying that to my mother, all of a sudden, oh, wait, I have to be responsible for that kid too? No, it's okay. Exactly. I'll get and it was going back to what, we were saying earlier about that support system, right? Once you're single, when are you getting married? Once you're married, when are you getting the kid? When to get the first one? But yet, when it comes time to take care of those kids, all of a sudden, all those people that were telling you what next, what next, what next,
That's
they
your
all
baby.
just
You want had them. Yeah.
you know, they all disappear. Was your choice? We were just asking a question. Okay, well, you know, and that comes down to, like, again, accept your decisions, accept the consequences, and just realize that your life is your own. Even if people are pressuring you, you have to live your life on your terms, no matter what. You want kids, you want 10 of them, you want 100, go for it. You know, my blessings, but don't come here and tell me about my life if you're not involved. If you're not paying my bills, if you're not, you know, you're not responsible for my life. Your opinion is just that, it's an opinion, and I'm not going to take it into consideration if you're not involved in my life, you know. So, you know. Anyways,
You're mute, Millissa.
Millissa, we need to be able to hear your beautiful
You're muted,
accent.
Millissa.
I turned it down because I was typing. Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you all for your opinion so far. We're going to go on to a different topic, and that's finances in a second. But I want to give a special thank you to our sponsor today. Our biggest sponsor today is Carl Sinclair. He has an air conditioning business, and I'm going to get the name of that air conditioning business in a second. But thank you so much. You are the biggest sponsor of the day. I appreciate you so much for tuning in, for giving that sponsorship. We are going to definitely shout out the name of your business in a second. I'm going to text you in a second. But I do want to thank all of my sponsors today as well. I want to thank the Intentional Millionaire for your sponsorship today. The Intentional Millionaire has a channel, amazing financial information, how to set yourself up to be a future intentional millionaire as well. He gives great content of the same channel name, The Intentional Millionaire. You definitely want to check it out. High quality content right there. And also another special mention to another sponsor of ours, MSE Network. Just type in MSE Network and you will find the website. They do a lot of digital stuff, digital content, digital services, audio visuals, all sorts of stuff. And we're going to get the flyers up on a future session. But thanks to all of my sponsors, we are actually streaming live on MSE Network right now, simulcasting there as well. So I appreciate Rich Live. And if you want to hear some good R&B music, some R&B, some soul, some different mixture of genres of music, check him out on a Saturday night at 7 p.m. on his channel, MSE Network, The Rich Live Show. All right, guys, if you want to be a sponsor, feel free to just, use the Cash App or get in touch with me, and we will make that happen for you. Thank you to our special Gail Lockett, who is our moderator today. Amazing content, amazing moderator, the best ever out there, in my opinion. And again, thank you to you. All right, so let's talk about then. So in my monologue, I spoke about as I started planning my estate, I started to put things down on paper. I was speaking to my sister. She got a little bit concerned, thinking that I was about to die or something while I'm doing this. But this is the time to do it while you have all your faculties about you, and you're able to put all these plans into place. And this is specifically why I called up Adrian Nash today. Today I heard Adrian Nash on Mrs. B. Furness's channel talking about legacy and how to plan for your how to plan for when you're not around. So I'm going to bring in Adrian Nash at this time. Could you just give us some advice, and especially as a child-free lady, a child-free woman, what would you advise as far as legacy planning? Adrian Nash, your time.
So this is so interesting because I've been kind of peering Mr. Samuels with a side eye for a while. I don't really follow his platform. I think he's rather mean-spirited and vitriolic, and so I don't really watch him too much. But I've heard of him saying, to one woman or another, you're going to die alone. If you don't, get on this man's program or another man's program, like you're going to die alone. And what I find so interesting about that is that the reality is, from an actuarial perspective, women outlive men, typically. Typically, the women who have married and partnered, and then they see their husband on to glory, they end up dying alone. I've seen this time and time again in my vocation. And even these women who have partnered and, been in very long-term marriages, they have taken a back seat to the finances and the family structure. And their husband passes away and they end up in the poorhouse. I mean, I think that's a very old adage going back to antiquity. The women and the children ended up in the poorhouse. And this is still happening in 2021. Whether we partner or whether we don't partner, we die alone, and oftentimes in the poorhouse. So what I would say is that women need to get up on their financial literacy game. And it's, I don't have enough time to give a comprehensive talk here, number one. But number two, I don't have the credentials to necessarily have the proper amount of coverages to do it anyway.
Yeah.
But
we'll just say here that nothing that you say today is financial advice.
Financial advice, legal advice, or any of those other things.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mind is all over the place with, what's happened in our world in the past, year and a half or so. This pandemic, I don't know which words I can use on YouTube or whatever. But this pandemic has been particularly problematic. You don't have to die for, your estate planning issues to not be problematic for you. I've seen quite a lot. Mothers and fathers, people who are partnered have ended up in the hospital with and needed to get intubated in what's going on in the world today. And they leave, teenagers or even younger children unattended to. And these younger children or these teenagers are ended up in foster care because there were no guardianship provisions. There was no proper estate planning done, for situations like this. I mean, it's estate planning is just so multifaceted. Financial planning is so multifaceted. Everybody's situation is going to be different. There's no one size fit all that I can really blanketly say you should do this or that. What I will strongly encourage is whoever you are, you need to get with a professional, an attorney, to have them draft documents that are in keeping with your goals and your wishes. Figure out what your goals and your wishes are and get those things documented. Because if you don't, then it's going to be left to your next of kin, who could be a crackhead, or it's going to be left to the state, who they don't care about you. I'm imploring us, please, let us get our affairs in order. Now, Millissa, do you have any specific questions I could try to answer? Yeah, I'd be glad to try.
Sure. What would be the first step when you say to get with a professional? What do you mean? Who's the professional?
So a professional for an estate plan is an estate planning attorney. So now, Millissa, are you in England? Where are you?
I'm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, actually.
Are you okay? You're in Florida. Okay, so the professional that you would need to seek assistance from is specific to where you are domiciled, where you live, and where you might have real property. So let's start there. Right. Millissa, you seem kind of balling to me. I don't know. Maybe you have, maybe you live in Florida and you have some quaint little cottage in Maine somewhere, right? Like, I don't know what your situation is. I'm making this up as I go. But you're gonna need to, when you're trying to figure out what to do with your assets, and many people can have many different types of assets, you're going to need to get with a professional, a licensed attorney. I am not an attorney. I am a paralegal, and my training is in California. So let me start by saying that.
Okay.
But you're going to need to get with a licensed attorney who is licensed to practice law in the state where you are domiciled and or where you have real property to get those coverages in place. So I would say start with that. I would say when you're speaking with the attorney, I would strongly encourage that whoever you are, married, single, partnered, whatever your situation is, I would strongly recommend that you have put in place an advanced healthcare directive. That document will give someone the authority to make medical decisions for you when you are unable to make them for yourself. This is particularly important, especially now with this pandemic. People are going into the hospital, they're getting intubated, they literally cannot speak for themselves. Who speaks for you and makes medical decisions for you? So I would say at a minimum, you should speak with your professional about drafting an advanced healthcare directive for you. You should speak with your professional about drafting a power of attorney for you. The power of attorney document is going to give the person or a person of your choosing the ability to make financial decisions for you. So again, if you're in the hospital and your mortgage needs to get paid, your trash bill needs to get paid, your whatever financial business needs to be taken care of, when you are unable to do that for yourself, that document gives someone the authority to do that. Right. If you have children, minor children, I would strongly recommend that you have some guardianship documents drawn up for your children, such that if something happens to you, not necessarily death, again, going back to this pandemic situation, you're in the hospital, you have minor children, so your minor children don't end up in the foster care system, while your mother or your whoever, some family member, has to find them and go through all the legal drama of trying to get your child out of the foster care system. So again, I would suggest advanced healthcare directive, power of attorney, guardianship documents at a very minimum to start.
Okay. And is this an area that you have helped clients with or no?
Yes. So I am actually, okay, I'm going to have to speak to California. I'm a paralegal. Specifically, I'm an advanced certified paralegal in estate planning through the National Association of Legal Assistants. So that's specific.
Yeah.
And then I have an MBA with emphasis in financial planning. Okay, so just a little bit about my background. I think I did mention earlier that I was the caregiver of my special needs sibling for a number of years. And kind of a long story, but I then decided to go to paralegal school.
Uh-huh.
In California, the paralegal industry is highly regulated. At a minimum, a paralegal who works in California must hold a paralegal certificate, which is in accordance with the California Business and Professions Code 6450. You cannot call yourself a paralegal in California if you do not have that paralegal certificate. So I have the certificate, and then I earned 2 bachelor's degrees in the MBA on top of that. But my first class on my first day of paralegal school was a probate and estate class.
Wow.
Now, the issues that I dealt with my sister fell under the probate code in California. So when I entered into paralegal school, I had a great deal of personal experience from dealing with her situation. And that's a bit of a long story for another time. But I got the baseline credential, and then I got a number of credentials on top of that. Trust and estates has been the only legal practice area that I ever wanted to work in, partially again because of my my experience, my personal experience, but then also I used to be a bit of a church lady. I still consider myself a Christian, but I'm no longer so much of a church lady. But what I was seeing in church, the things that Patrice was talking about when she was on the panel about how, people are passing away and we have to do car washes and GoFundMes and such to bury people.
Yeah.
And so going back to my first class on my first day of paralegal school, like I wanted to help us do better than that. Like I want to see us literally be able to pass on generational wealth, and we're not doing that without proper estate plans in place. The estate of who is this that died recently? Aretha Franklin.
Oh yes.
Aretha Franklin's estate is so like ire-provoking and heart-wrenching to me. Like, why do you have this Miss Franklin? Like, I want to scold her. Why do you have this ineffective holographic will stuffed up under your mattress somewhere? Like, this is insane. With the amount of money that she had, she should have been able to go to a proper estate planning attorney and get that taken care of. And it's not. And so her estate is going to be eroded away with all the fighting and the bickering, the attorney's fees, the court costs. Stop it. Please.
Why do you think that even these entertainers, these celebrities, don't do this, and they know that they have a lot of money and assets, and why do you think they don't take this step?
I think, quite frankly, with us, it's ignorance. Even when I think about the estate of Prince Roger Nelson, are you kidding me? He had no estate plan? Are you serious?
I don't know him.
Prince.
What was he? What was he?
Prince. The Prince, Purple Rain Prince.
Oh, Prince. You said
Prince.
You said Roger Nelson. I didn't know. I wasn't familiar with that name.
Oh yeah, I think Prince Roger Nelson is his birth name, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like Prince, with all of his assets, he had no estate plan.
Wow.
Are you serious? Like, it's just crazy to me. It's heartbreaking to me because, what could we do as a community of millions of people if we could pass on generational wealth just like those other communities do.
Yeah.
We could do a lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Big shout out to our sponsor of the day, Carl Sinclair from Syn-Tech Cooling, air conditioning right here in South Florida. He says, licensed contractor. He'll give a discount to our viewers if you're in the South Florida area. I'm a firm believer in helping out our own honesty, integrity, and skilled top-notch professional services. Thank you so much for being the sponsor of the day, Carl. Yeah, so important to have your estate planned out. Can you give us any idea of what it would cost to get this estate planning started and completed? Any idea?
I cannot, because that's going to vary from state to state, right?
Sure.
Like you're in Florida, like my training and my experience is in California. Okay. So I can't give you like a blanket statement. And then in addition to that, that's also going to depend on your assets, your family structure, like what the goals that you're trying to accomplish. And I'm not trying to be slippery about it.
No, it actually makes a lot of sense, because everybody's situation is very, very different.
It's absolutely different. It's absolutely different.
An unfair question. As I think about it, it's an unfair question. So don't worry.
But what I can say is this, and I'm sorry, I like to see people get like the best economic deal for their money. Okay. So what I can say is this, what I've seen is, when I look around from state to state over their websites and such, I have seen that states typically seem to have statutory forms for your power of attorney documents, your advanced healthcare directive documents, and some states even have like guardianship documents. Those are statutory forms.
Right.
And so you can, I'm not familiar with Florida. In California, I've seen those forms on the Department of Secretary of State website. So it's probably generally true that you can find those, on your state's website.
Okay.
You can get those forms and fill out those forms, the baseline forms that I was talking about, advanced healthcare directive, power of attorney, guardianship. You can fill out those forms. Depending on the state, the forms might need to be notarized. So here's the thing with the notarization. A lot of times your bank will offer free notarial services as a bank customer.
Okay.
Right? So you can fill out your forms, take them to your bank, have them notarized, put those forms in a safe place. Hopefully the shit won't hit the fan, but if it does, then you're ready at a baseline.
Yeah, so you're saying we could sort of get the ball rolling for ourselves by just being proactive and looking for the forms on our state sites, as well as getting stuff notarized.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Good information as a guide, just to get things started. Of course, this is not financial information, everybody. These are just for informational purposes, not legal advice. It's just for informational purposes. We can do with it what we want. Well, I really.
But again, I would strongly suggest that people go see a licensed estate planning attorney for a comprehensive estate plan.
Comprehensive. Now, here's a question for you, because I'm sure some people, they think that they don't have anything in which to plan for. And what would you say to those people who say, "Oh, I don't really have anything to"?
But you do. I mean, like, even if you just live, let's say, in a studio apartment, all of the personal property in that studio apartment constitutes your estate. So what do you have inside that studio apartment? You could have some furs, some Coach purses, some Tiffany bracelets, some red bottom shoes. Like, I don't know what you have, but I mean, those things they're technically those are assets. Those things have value. And if all you want is to have those things liquidated to leave it to your baby niece, then make the plan to do that.
Right.
Everybody has an estate.
Right. All right. We have somebody else joining us. Let's see. Hello, Wealth Engineering. How are you doing, sir?
Wealth Engineering. That's fancy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you guys hear me very well?
Yes, we can. How are you?
Very good. Very good. Yes, I just wanted to support and say hi. And yes, I like the way the conversation is going. I saw the title, and then I saw you was talking about basically wealth and preserving your wealth for generational wealth. So I that's what I live for. I like conversation like that. And yes,
that's wonderful. And actually, wealth and finances and that sort of thing, it pretty much comes into every facet of life, I would say, in some way or another. So we really appreciate you being here and just lending your expertise on this topic. We were talking about child-free women, childless women, and the decisions we make and how how we live. Most of us on the panel are fit into that category. And we came to the portion where we're talking about, well, where are we going to leave our legacy since we don't have children? Where are we going to leave our legacy, and how we should sort of think about what do you call it, estate planning? What would you say to that?
I think sometimes I can be very candid, and I don't want to say it the way I really think about it, but what I can say is the community as a whole is in great need of people who knows how to transfer wealth, how to preserve wealth. Ideally, it will be easier if you could pass it down to someone that you have kids. If you can teach them, mentor them along the ways, because it does takes time. We have a serious lack of mentorship in our community. So I think if, let's say, if when the question to ask me, let's say that you don't have any kids, I would say there is so many things you can do to teach young ones and mentor them. And when it comes to passing down the assets, I think you can find creative ways to actually pass it down to people you mentor by using life insurance, for example.
Huh?
I actually had a financial advisor. I live in Canada, so the rules might be slightly different from me versus the US. But I live in Canada, and I had a financial advisor talking about life insurance and how to preserve it. And in Canada, especially where I live in Quebec, we can get taxed 54% when the wealth is being transferred. So it goes to your estate, and then whoever is inheriting that from the estate, transferring that to you, you could get basically 54%. And that happened to my wife. That happened to my wife, where her parents, my godmother died, and then she all of that income got into her yearly income. So that sounds good, but because all that income got into that yearly income, then she got up in the tax bracket to the maximum, and then the maximum in our city is basically 54%. So that's how she, I would say, half of that wealth basically wasn't preserved. And imagine spending your entire life working hard,
Wow.
thinking you're going to leave something and taking comfort from that. And then when you die, a couple months later, the government tells you only have 6 months to pay this bill. You have this extra tax, and on top of that, the money, half of the money is gone. So that was very hard for her to deal with, not because of the money itself, because she knew what her mom was working for. So ever since then, I've been educating myself specifically on how to preserve the wealth. So it may be different in the US, but it will be taxed in the state. If it's not if it's a house in Canada, if it's a house, that is considered okay, part of the inheritance. But if it's anything that is residual income, like you renting a house, or you're renting an apartment, you're renting something, then a cottage you're renting, anything that has an income from that, it gets taxed heavily. And again, I mean, that's something I would definitely recommend you guys to check out, because I'm very curious how it is in the state.
Is the value of the personal property taxed? Personal property, so cars, clothes, jewelry, all of that is taxed, right? Wealth engineering?
So all of that goes to the estate, and then the estates basically they would assign a value to it. And basically the whatever the value is goes to that person's income. So even if they're liquidated,
okay, so yeah, so that's so real property is not taxed, real estate is not taxed, but personal property is taxed in this context.
Actually, the other way around. So personal property, if it's your house, if it's you live in it,
that's real property. That's real estate.
It won't be taxed. But if you have, let's say, a second one where you renting it,
okay, I see.
Yeah, that one.
There's no way around that.
Well, the way I was talking to my financial advisor, and that's where life insurance comes in. That's where life insurance comes in, and then the way you do it is the life insurance is supposed to cover the tax that the government will take away, and that can be done for your stocks, even cryptos, whatever can gain capital gain, like value in capital gain, can get that. So all that to say, so for example, let's say someone was in a situation where you work hard, you don't have anyone to pass it down. Well, at least you could do the life insurance part and then mentor people. And then if you find out someone you like that really likes you as a mentor, I would definitely encourage you, hey, put them as their beneficiary, and then you mentor them, you put the time into them, and then they can use your wealth as well to build on what you already started. That would be my advice to someone in that situation. And yeah, that's what I would have to say.
Let me just concur with you, wealth engineering.
Sorry, can I just
life insurance in the United States? Life insurance is going to pay to the beneficiary by contract. So I just want to be very clear. Life insurance is going to pay to the beneficiary by contract, and the beneficiary is not going to be taxed on that benefit in the United States. So Millissa,
it's the same in Canada.
Millissa, this is huge.
Just repeat that for me again. I didn't quite.
Life insurance is going to pay to the beneficiary by contract. So let's say you have a life insurance policy. You have a niece, you've named your niece as the beneficiary of that policy. All of the value is going to go to your niece. She will not be taxed on that.
Okay.
All of it. This is huge.
Got you.
Do you understand? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I get you. No tax. No tax.
Well, I mean, can I get the bells and whistles, wealth engineering? This is huge. Can I get the whatever?
Let me ask a question on top of that then. I don't know if you know this because we're talking about different countries here. But in response to what you just said, would it make any difference that the money is going to go to a different country? Let's just say, right.
I can't speak on that. I don't have any. What do you think, wealth engineering? I don't have any bandwidth on that. I'm sorry, Millissa.
That is a great question. I also have other people in other countries too, so I'll ask my financial advisor. But from what I'm understanding, legally, if the person is in as your beneficiary, and also you have a will to validate that as well, then yeah, there is no way around it. They have to legally fulfill this.
I wanna speak on something because I'm here in the United States, and my mom, when we sat down with my mom and got her life insurance situation together, because, and this is just in the same state, in the US, me and my sister live in two different states, right? I'm in Arizona, she's in Nevada, my mother is in Illinois. Me or my sister could not be my mother's beneficiary because we are not in the same state with my mother. Now check that out as far as different countries or continents or whatever. Like it may
What state was your mom in, Patrice?
My mom's in Illinois.
Okay.
My sister's in Nevada, and I'm in Arizona. And neither one of us could be her beneficiary.
I'll just
it
add
had
that.
to be someone within the same state as far as Illinois.
Did you try more than one company for a life insurance policy?
No, my mom had had the same policy forever. Now, I don't know if that's a law by Illinois state or law by the insurance company. Like, I don't know, but I just thought I'd just throw that in because I heard y'all say that, and it just kind of rung a bell and dawned on me. Yeah. So I don't know if it's by the state or by the insurance company or the type of policy. I have no idea, but that's a great question to really dig into to get that information.
And now, Millissa, let me just give this small caveat though. When you are,
I want to hear she stole my thunder. She's been trying to speak for a while, and someone is stealing her thunder.
Can you give me a moment? She stole my thunder.
No, go ahead.
Okay. When you are choosing your beneficiaries for your life insurance policies, you're going to want to be very careful. Because here's the thing. If you choose a minor, someone who is underage, as your beneficiary, and if you pass and the benefit needs to pay, that benefit is actually going to pay to that minor's parent.
Yeah.
So, if the minor's parent is a crackhead or whatever, then it's a problem. If the minor's parent is financially irresponsible, then it's a problem.
Yeah, that's fact.
I just want to say quickly that this is where talking again. I'm not giving financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor.
You have to talk to a financial advisor.
Exactly, because there's so many ways. There's so many things you can do, and they know a lot you can do. For example, you can create a fund that locks the money, and then you put that in your will, and then when the kid is 18, he can access it. Like, there's so many things you can do.
So many tips, so many tricks. I mean, you can do an irrevocable life insurance trust. There are so many things, but like, you need to go to a competent, skilled professional to guide you through your goals. That's what I'll say about that. Okay, she stole my thunder. I'm gonna be quiet now.
What you?
All right, thank you. First of all, two things. Wealth engineer, je pensais que j'avais reconnu l'accent québécois. Premièrement, that's the first thing. He understood what I said about that because I'm also from Quebec, so I was just saying that I understood his.
Is this your first two times?
Yeah, I didn't know. I'd never seen him before, and I'm like.
Introduce you to. She stole my thunder. Both of you, parlez-vous français?
Toujours.
Very good, very good, very good.
He definitely has a French accent to him, and I'm like, as I was hearing him talk, I'm like, oh wait, he has to be from Quebec, and it's like, oh, and then he said, oh, okay, there we go. C'est mon frère d'une autre mère. Okay, good. So what I was gonna say about this topic is that I quickly had gone, because I was at one point interested in going to get my will done and get a notary and all that. And I know here in Canada, the general rule of thumb is that if your money does go to somebody else in another country, that essentially they have to obey the laws of that country, essentially. So if that country says the law, everything gets divided in 10, then everything gets divided in 10. If that country says everything goes to the person that benefits from it, then everybody, that you have no choice essentially but to follow the law of the land of wherever that person is living. And to sort of touch up on what Adrian had said about, well, if you're leaving your money to a minor, or maybe like wealth engineering, sorry, had said here in Quebec, well, we are one of the highest tax provinces in Canada. I guess the quick way to get around all of that is to simply, you want to leave $1,000 to your child or to this particular person, give it to them while they're still alive. Why, quote unquote, liquidate your assets while you're alive rather than wait until you pass away. So essentially have an empty home by the time okay, you know what, I have 6 months left, I have a year left. You have that set of, I have a lot of books, I am, to what Adrian had said earlier, I am one of those. I'm looking at my place now, I don't have $10,000 worth of books or $10,000 worth of cars or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't have a lot. So for me, I'd rather, I know, for example, I'm going to use him as an example, wealth engineer, and I know he loves books. Okay, I know I was diagnosed with, I'm going to die in a year from now. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to give you my books now, so that way, by the time, quote unquote, I pass away, there's pretty much nothing that's in my home or nothing that is of great value. So I really wouldn't care whether, that what the government does with that or what the next of kin would do with it, like.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah, so I mean, that was my only thing. But merci quand même de me laisser parler, votre engineer. It was good to speak to you.
Thank you. But so yeah, I would actually recommend you guys. Again, I don't want to plug in anything, but I really, I work very hard to invite this financial advisor. The reason why I did that is because he specifically he manage like high net worth people, so he knows, and he's also a tax strategist. So for the state of Quebec, I guess he's very good at that. But yeah, he knows all sorts of tricks on how to save taxes, how to preserve wealth, and he does that for people with high net worth. So and I would say if you guys can find someone like that, because he will tell you so many ways to save tax and preserve it. That was a great point. She stole my thunder. But I wanted to say that in a case that you're going to die, absolutely. But in a lot of ways, it can get to you in ways that you don't know. And I would say still recommend that the life insurance part, because we have to ensure the wealth is preserved within our community, because if we don't, it just goes away. And there are ways that there are mechanical leverages, like life insurance, for example. Some of them you could go and get a lot of money on if you get it early enough, for while you pay it cheap for 20 years, and you still end up with a lot of money in inheritance. So if it's done right, there are ways to protect it and have someone else inherit that, or a group of people to inherit that, because it can be a lot of money. We're talking about like 500,000. We could talk about $1 million. It could even be more if you are interested in that. So I would definitely say, at the very least, sit down. It's free to talk to a financial advisor. They will let you know about all sorts of strategies. And then in a case that it may happen to you that you don't know you're going to die, and at least that part is covered, and the will is there, the life insurance is there, everything is covered. So and go from there.
Wonderful. We so appreciate you for joining us. Is this the first time tuning into my show?
Yes, I saw your link somewhere, and then I was like, yeah, I'll say it. And I saw the title, and I did have a question for you. I don't know if you addressed it earlier today.
That's the question.
But I have a very interesting question, because this is a topic that, whenever it comes to fulfillment, I'm very deep in personal development. And yes, I do see a trend as an investor. I do see trends. I love seeing trends and understand how to position myself to benefit from this trend. So I do see the trend of why the topic is being brought up. But my question to you would be, so the title says women without kids are unfulfilled. So my question is, how do you determine the unfulfillment part of it? Because at what age? Like, is it someone at 30 years old, for example, might feel they are unfulfilled, but someone at 65 might have a entirely different perspective about it. And maybe it's a matter of time for the person who's 30 years old, whereas the person in 65, it may not be that much, like there's not much they can do to really alter their life at that point. So I was wondering if I can hear your feedback on that when it comes to the unfulfillment part, not necessarily just with kid alone, but what is the good age to start thinking about, okay, it's not unfulfilled or something?
That's a great question. Does anybody want to take that question first before I wrap it up?
Well, I don't know if there's a particular age for that. I think it's more your mentality and are you ready? And it's kind of what we were mentioning before as well in the conversation, that whether you have children or don't have children, for most of us, is a conscious decision. At some point, you either want kids or you don't. I know for me personally, I've known for a very long time, since basically my early teens, that I didn't want to have kids. So for me, I've never really felt like, oh, I'm unfulfilled, I'm unhappy, I'm in a situation that's making me uncomfortable or unhappy, at least not because of me not having children. But for some people, you might have grown up wanting children and desiring children, and then when you're in your 20s or 30s, and that's when you're ready to start having families, and you got married, and maybe that's when you found out that, oh, I can't have children because you have a medical condition that maybe when you're 15, 16 you didn't know about it, because obviously most of us assume at a certain age that we all physically can have children. There's obviously a certain amount of exceptions, but for the most part, most of us assume that at some point we can have children and you will want to have children. So there are, it's really a mixed bag. For some people, maybe, they were so focused. And I guess for men, it's a different situation, where for guys, and I mean, maybe you can speak more on that if you want to. For most guys, they're taught to be more focused on their careers. So if, by the time they're 40, 50, 60 years old and they still don't have kids, it's okay. There's not as much pressure. And especially since for men, biologically, you guys can have kids later on in life. You don't have to worry about the quote unquote biological clock as much as women do, right? So for us women, there is that timeline that we have to worry about. So it's like, by the time you're 35, if you don't have kids, you either have to really put a big push to have kids, or learn to accept the fact that you may not have kids, or you might have to go through quote unquote non-traditional ways to have children, like adoption, like IVS, or I know here in Quebec it's relatively new that the government will cover in vitro processes for some women, at least. So you kind of have to it's really a personal dawning. But I think for a lot of women, it's by the time they're 30, 40 years old kind of thing, where they kind of have to learn to accept the decisions that they've made in their lives, whether it was to have kids or not to have kids, and to sort of seek out that desire. If they're not happy with their decision, okay, what can I do about it? If I didn't have kids, does that mean, okay, now I should get in vitro? Should I get, have adoption or whatever? You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I guess it's like I said, it's when you made that decision, that's the moment. And it's not, there's no necessarily set timeline on that.
Okay.
The crimes dame, do you want to respond to that question? Yeah, up here just chilling.
Yeah.
All right.
What about you, Millissa?
Yeah, what time approximately did you come into the show, Wealth Engineering?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, basically as he was talking about insurance and okay. Yeah, sorry.
So at the beginning of the show, I kind of did a bit of an opening monologue, and you'll have to go watch it from the beginning afterwards.
I will.
But basically, I was talking about my own personal experience, and to try to sum it up, there's particular reasons why I kind of chose not to have children, and then by the time I got married was kind of later in life, and I just assumed that, you know what, I don't even know if I can have children. I'm not even going to try, but I'm happy, and I'm going to just be fulfilled in my life, as far as the work that I do, the projects that I do, the charities that I support. And by doing all of these things, learning new things, all the time is really kind of my own. I mean, I'm married and everything, but the time I don't have to necessarily worry about any other person, as far as having to, raise somebody else. I don't feel that I necessarily needed to have fulfillment in having a child, but all the other things that I do is giving me fulfillment. Now, whether that's going to be the same in 10, 20 years when I'm much older, that's a whole different topic. Somebody actually dropped that question in. What about when you're 65? What about when you're 70 or 80? Will you still feel fulfilled? I'm not there yet. I don't know. But for now, I'm very, very fulfilled in the life I live. I can do what I like. I can go where I want. Mind you, if I had children when I was in my 20s, they would be old. They would be mature enough now anyway so I would have that freedom back. But let's just say I wasn't necessarily prepared to give up the freedom then. But I feel like I have a very fulfilled life. I'm very, very happy. Like I said, I do anything that I want whenever I want. And also, I think one thing that I forgot to mention when I was doing my opening monologue was the fact that having children is expensive. They require a lot of money, and I've been able to, let's say, retire early because I haven't had to spend a lot of money on children. So again, to me, there's just so many advantages that I feel like I'm fulfilled. So that's
okay. That's when I was reading that topic, I was like, man, I want to hear your feedback on that, because I was wondering, because I have a lot of discussions like that with many people, different ages group, and yes, the insights that I get from different ages, they're interesting to say the least, because I don't know, I'm passionate about learning about people and personal development and all that.
What is your heritage? What is your background?
So I was born in Quebec, Montreal, but my parents are Asian, the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So that little country that always.
I know.
Yeah, that little country there.
But the other thing that I meant to bring up as well was that there are cultural differences as regarding women having children. Some people, it's just their culture; they have children, and that's just it.
Yes.
Places like America and England, a little bit more, let's say, liberal as far as the choice to have children or not. It's more acceptable. Oh, we have Before the Billions has just come on in, and
man, people have great names in this.
Before I get to Before the Billions, the cultural thing. So there's that the dynamic which we didn't really talk too much about. We spent a lot of time actually on the biblical side of things. As far as there was a scripture that I brought up. Let me see if I still have that scripture.
More Bible things, but that is part of the. I don't know if it's me or.
Yeah, you have the echo.
Oh, who's brought the echo back?
I think it was Before the Billions. The troublemaker that he is, I'm not surprised.
Let me hear you, wealth engineer. Could you just say something?
Hello.
Does he have it?
A bit, and I think I might have it as well now.
It's like sometimes somebody brings it, and then it trickles down to everybody else.
Is there echo of me?
Very strange.
Actually, I can turn on my echo.
No, we don't.
Hey, troublemaker!
Get up. Let me just do this real quick. Wealth engineering. Do you have a channel?
Yes, 11 months.
11 months. And have you hit your 1,000 point yet?
1,000 points. Sorry, I don't get it.
Your 1,000 subscribers. Sorry.
Oh no.
Okay. We would like to you to drop your channel in. Is it the same name? Wealth engineering or?
Oh yeah. I was more interested in the topic, but yeah, sure. Wealth engineering, I talk about basically motivating people to retire early, build generational wealth. That's what I talk about. And I try to do a podcast, so 3 times a week, and drop a video every day. And yeah, I'm very passionate about this: stocks, crypto, real estate, everything.
Awesome. I'll definitely check you out. Very,
Thank you.
very interested in that because I'm actually I was just trying to share my sheet. Let me share my screen real quick. And this is the scripture that I brought up. But behind my scripture, I have my stocks. I've been looking at these.
Wow.
A few
Oh, this is
characters.
crypto. Oh yeah,
So
this is the real deal. I see forex. I see cryptos.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I just got into that in at the beginning of. So that's another thing. I have projects that I do. You know, not having kids it leads me to the affords me the time and effort that I can spend in other things, learning something completely new, going to a completely new country. You know, I'm in Florida right now.
Oh,
But anyway,
nice.
this was one of the scriptures that I brought up was I will make your pains in childbearing very severe with painful labor you will give birth to children. This was something that was like, you know what? I can do without having children, please.
Yeah, this could fit. It's funny because my wife was really worried about it, but once she saw the baby, as soon as the baby was born, she was like, "Oh my God, it was worth it." And then I asked her a week later what it felt like, and she's like, "I actually don't remember." And it turns out that many women don't remember what it went through, like the actual pain. And I think it's a protection mechanism that the body does where it just removes that pain of your.
Maybe so.
So that's weird.
That's why they go back and do it again and do it again. Have two, three.
Exactly, right? It makes sense now. But anyway, I definitely respect your choice. I'm not. I was just curious more on the fulfillment part, where basically at what point. But I think I got a pretty good understanding and feedbacks. And I think, like you said, she stole my thunder, like around 35, 40. If we're talking specifically about the kid subject, yeah, that seems to be a good point.
All right, so let's you can stick around as long as you like. Let's before the billions introduce himself and his channel, of course.
Do I have an echo?
I don't hear it.
Perfect. So, shout out to you, Millissa Jayne. Thank you so much for having me on the panel. What's up, everybody? This is William from Before the Billions. I am a professional data engineer, and on my channel, I go into many different discussions about different topics, and also I do interviews on my channel as well. So, if any of those things have interested you, then please go check out my channel. So, now the topic of discussion is talking about women who are feeling unfulfilled if they don't have children. Is that correct?
The question is, women without kids are unfulfilled, some say. Now, I don't know if you saw this, our finance guy. Did you see the word some say?
What's
Did you
engineering?
see that word, some say?
It might be a delay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was thinking about I think I hear an echo. I was thinking about the topic. And I would say when it says some say, we say some, it's not the majority, right? So it's minority of people who are saying that women who without children are unfulfilled. I actually kind of brought this topic up a little bit earlier while I was on Melissa's Lunch with Lauren and Anton Daniels.
Oh.
We kind of brought that up earlier too. So I thought it was pretty interesting, but they were talking about something different. They were talking about body count. It doesn't matter. But I was saying that how body count matters because what if you are feeling unfulfilled from not being able to acquire a relationship or get married and stuff like that because of this thing. Anyway, this isn't about that. This isn't that topic, but I wanted to say that as a man, I will never know what it's going to be like as a woman, right? Because you guys think differently than men, right? And to me, I know that as a man, I would feel unfulfilled without kids.
Oh.
If I were to live my life and pass, and I had no progeny, I had no nobody to say to carry on my name and stuff like that, and I didn't have like a mini me right coming out there, then I feel like I wouldn't be as happy. But I'm not going to sit up here and say like that's like required for me, right? It's not required for me to have one. Like if I say I couldn't have kids, then I had to just deal with not being able to have my own biological kids, right? But you're not going to end my life or anything like that because I can't have kids. You know what I mean? But I most definitely, if I were not to be able to have kids, I'll be like, okay, you know what? Let me pass on my money and assets and property onto some sort of either if it's not a family member, like maybe a nephew or maybe a niece or something like that, who I know will be able to take care of this. I pass it on to some sort of cause that I find fit. And even I wanted to start my own cause or a nonprofit for children with sick parents because that's what I went through, and that's something that kind of drives me in order to continue on with keeping on with this business, keep on being successful. Because I know I would not be here if it weren't for my mom, my parents. Because my mom has been sick my whole life, and that's something that has affected me tremendously. So that would be a cause that I would do. But yeah, most definitely I myself will feel unfulfilled without kids, but then I know that I'm gonna have to continue on, right? Because I know I can still provide value even if I were not be able to have kids.
That's very interesting. We'll have to actually get a man's, maybe a couple more men to have this discussion because I didn't even think about how men would think about not having kids and the fact that they may not be fulfilled.
Again, that's what I said at the beginning. I didn't really want to give my opinion about it because me too. I do have strong ideas about it. If you don't mind, I can share.
Give us your opinion.
Don't worry, welcome at it. You're in Quebec. They can't find you here. Don't worry. Say your opinion. I got you. One Quebecer to another. I got your back. Don't worry about it.
I'll try to be as nice about it. All right. So, the way I see it, okay. So it's not even about a man or woman. All right. So the way I see it is, it's basically immortality. That's the way I see it. And I know it's a cheesy way of thinking about it, but I like to think of immortality. And I'm like, what's the best way to achieve this? So ideally, you would want, like you said, a mini me, and you kind of like nurture him, you program him, right? And then you grow him, you groom him into be the best version that you could be, like you couldn't achieve in this lifetime. So you set up everything for this guy to do it. But assuming you're in your situation where, let's say, you can't have kids, then I would definitely try to either adopt or basically mentor as many kids as possible in the community because we need a lot of people that mentors. We need a lot of mentors, especially when it comes to financial education. So yes, but ideally, I like to think of family legacy. I like I like the idea of building something. It takes 2-3 generations to build it, but everyone has one vision and focus on that. And then I think if a lot of people in our community do think that way, we 100 years from now, we might look very different in terms of our wealth, our influence in the world. And then that's the way I like to think about it. So when I hear topics where people they're happy without having kids, I'm like, is there another way you guys can maybe pass it? All your hard work and what you learn in this life. Is there another way that you can the wisdom, right? That wisdom that you acquire. Is there another way that you can pass it down? Because if you don't, it's I feel like it's a loss some way, right? Because you learn it, you could save someone so much time just by sharing your stories, but sharing your experience. And if you add a financial mean on top of that, then it just makes it better. So that could be as nice as I can be about it. As Canadians, we have to be nice.
No, I hear where you're coming from. And we all have wisdom. We all have wisdom. Whether we have a child to pass it on to, we can even if we don't have a child to pass it on to, we could pass it on to someone. Even through this YouTube channel, right? I'm somebody that's very, very let's just say active in my community, people come to me for a lot of information and resources and so forth. And this is a way how I can contribute to society. And as you were speaking, I think it was you or before the billions was speaking about, yeah, it was you, wealth engineering, was speaking about financial literacy and so forth. Of course, I'm always thinking about solutions. I'm always thinking about, well, how can I take what I know and how can I give back in whatever I know? And I already wrote down workshops, already wrote down, action items, because even before this, I would do workshops in the community, bring various people in the expertise of what they have, and we share the knowledge. And this would be free. This would be free for the community. We would share the knowledge. People would come in, we have lunch, we share the information. And this is one way how I could give back what I know. But also what I plan to do with my own estate is to give it to my siblings
Mhm.
and my nephew and nieces. And that's already sort of something that's in the work. So even though it may not go to my direct
Yeah.
it's going to be still in the family.
And right there we can have a great understanding, because at the end of the day, that's basically what I guess I care about. But I just want to mention this last point. Again, that's a topic that is very interesting to me. Like, I'm passionate about this. I speak with a lot of people, and there was a time I was doing Uber as a side job, and I was actually doing Uber in areas that there was a lot of lawyers, right? A lot of lawyers in their 40s and 50s, and sometimes they would get in my car and they just want to speak with someone, and they basically tell me a lot, and that conversation came a lot. And I remember this story, I'll never forget it. Two lawyers, they were like in early 50s, and they were basically talking to themselves, and I was just listening, and they were basically saying how hard it was for them to watch TV because they didn't want to see an ad from anything that has to do with babies, toys, kids. That ads would trigger some kind of emotional response to them, and they really feel regret that they like, I'm happy with my choice, I'm happy with my job, but some reason whenever I see ads like this, I start sobering. And I felt that was something that was really really sad to hear. And the reason why I try to understand where that comes from, and from what I understand, is we have our own instincts, right? You mentioned it earlier. For men, our instinct, it's not that we're taught to be providers. It's like, this is our instinct. We take fulfillment from that. Me, if I'm in a position where anything happens in my financial ability that I can't provide for my kids, for my wife, I feel less of a man because of that. So I take fulfillment from providing. And from what I hear and I discuss with a lot of people, I believe for most women, they take fulfillment from nurturing, right? It may be their own kids, but they could, as long as you have a channel to put that that nurturing somewhere, I think that is the way to fight unfulfillment per se. If you don't have kids, I think that's the idea. The problem with these women is they were so busy with their jobs. They were working 60 hours in the law firm. They had no channel to apply that nurturing instinct anywhere, and that really affected them to the point where they couldn't even look at ads on TV anymore because they would start sobering. So that was my last one I wanted to mention about that.
Yeah, let me just respond to that. If the woman is somebody that, let's say, wants kids or is having problems maybe conceiving, to see ads talking about kids and whatever, then that definitely could trigger the the bad feelings that would come with. If it's something that it's a choice of yours, and most of the women on the panel talked about this being their choice to be child free, then an ad that is promoting, I don't know, Pampers or whatever, babies or whatever, that's not going to. I don't think that's going to trigger them. It's just, it is. You know what I mean? I don't think that's going to trigger. I think a lot of the times when women are trying to conceive and they see babies and mummies and they feel like, oh, I wish that was me with that baby, and that could be some severe issues leading to some women stealing babies. Let's go to the far extreme: stealing babies from mothers, killing women for a child. Very very extreme, of course, but yeah. There's different layers to it as far as why women choose not to, or decide not to, or maybe they just can't be a mother. So it just depends on where you fall on that spectrum.
Just to add on to that too, and it sounded when Wealth Engineer was talking about how the lawyers seem to, say without saying it, it seemed like they wanted to say, I want children, but didn't want to admit. And sometimes too, we have to accept the fact that sometimes you're going to change your mind. I might be telling you guys today, I don't want children. I don't plan on it. No. And then, like I said earlier in the live stream, hey, I might meet the right guy who convinces me that getting married and having kids is the right thing. So we have to admit to the fact that sometimes we're going to change our mind, and that maybe the decisions that we made were wrong or inappropriate, or were appropriate for what was available to us at that time. But now that there's a different opportunity, there's something changed, that, hey, maybe it's time for me now to. So, you had mentioned early on, Millissa, that you heard of women, having babies in their 50s and 60s. And it stems from a lot of them going through in vitro fertilization and all those kinds of procedures. And a lot of them, for most of their lives, maybe back in the day, because obviously if you're in your 60s, that was 30 years ago, in vitro wasn't a big thing. It wasn't as developed as it is now. It wasn't as commonplace as it is now. I mentioned earlier that obviously here in Quebec, because we're part of Canada, a lot of medical procedures are covered. In vitro fertilization is one of them that is now covered for some women. Obviously not everybody, but so for a lot of women that wanted to have children, but back in the day they just simply couldn't, now have something that they can go to. Or adoption, obviously for a long time, for many people, if you told people that you were adopted, it was, oh my God, it's a sin, oh my God, a horror. But nowadays you tell people, oh, I want to adopt, oh, that's fantastic, oh, that's so, they applaud you for it, because now our culture and our views on having children have changed as well. So we kind of have to accept the fact that, hey, you know what? If it's okay for society to change, it's okay for me to change. If I change my mind on having children, it's okay to admit it, a year later, 10 years later, that, you know what? I changed my mind. I would really like to have children, and to, sort of like, what was talking about estate planning, plan for that in advance. What if I do change my mind? Okay, let me financially plan in advance for that, just in case I do change my mind. What if, what if this, what if that? Plan ahead for that, just in case. You never know. It's okay to let's agree that it's okay to change our minds.
Yeah, it's a woman's prerogative to change her mind. Today you may not want to have a child. Tomorrow you may be like, oh, I gotta have one, and you might be too late. You might not be.
Exactly.
Leona Hemsley, says Patrice Gardner, had no kids to leave her fortune to, only her dog and favorite charities. Again, it's everybody's choice what they do with their fortune, their finances, and so forth. Did she have any sisters, brothers, other family members? Is your dog more important than your family members? I guess so. But who are we to judge?
Right. Yeah. Well, the thing is that there's a difference between having relatives and having family, right? Like you can have a whole bunch of relatives who may not be as important to you as that dog. So, like, and I'm talking about, like, some people don't even like their own kids,
That's true.
right? But yeah. So I think that's interesting.
Let me just do a quick shout out. Thank you so much for the crime dame who just dropped off. I didn't get a chance to thank you properly. Thank you so much for being on the panel tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you to who was it that just left us as well? Yolanda was here earlier. Thank you for your feedback in the chats in the panel. Thank you to
OG Patrice.
OG Patrice.
And Adrian Nash as well.
And that's it. Miss Nash was here. We really had some really, really good panelists today. And of course, we thank Before the Billions and what do we call him?
Call him mon frère.
I'm trying to drop these comments down.
Wealth engineering.
There we go. Wealth engineering.
Did you get his name already?
I'll get all the names. I'll get all the names very, very soon. I'm still a newbie at this new thing. Now you know what? I've been doing YouTube I've been doing shows for a very, very long time. But as far as the YouTube and trying to grow it intentionally, this is still a new thing, and I'm trying to reshuffle all of my other projects so that I can actually give more time to this.
Sorry to interrupt. She has a hard time remembering names because have you seen her hair? You know, she's played around with her hair a lot and it's distracted her. You know, so yeah, be nice to her Before the Billions. You know, she's looking in the mirror and all pretty now. So you just give her a moment with the names, okay? Give her a moment.
Yeah, I'm loving my new hair now. What it is? I had this big event on Saturday. I think I told you Before the Billions. You probably saw my Instagram as well. The Black British Heritage. We had this big event on Saturday night. So I had my hair specially done for it. I usually have natural hair, but I just had it blow dried. So it's just, I actually can see that I do have some length now. So that's not a big thing to you guys, I'm sure. But to us ladies, we just like to, to change up our hair from time to time.
All I know is they say that the shrinkage is real.
The what?
The shrinkage.
Oh, the shrinkage is very real. Absolutely. So the fact that I had it done last week, I'm kind of just really milking it for everything that I can, because it's gonna go back up. It's gonna shrink back up after, you know, it's probably gotten wet and all of that. So I'm milking it for what I can get out of it right now. So bear with me. She stole my thunder. Bear with me.
I hear you, girl. I hear you. Don't worry. Gail can probably back us up on that. We know about the hair problems. Don't worry.
She did have family members, but left them nothing. She left 12 million to her dog. What a waste. That's a shame.
Well, it's not a waste to her, right?
It's not a waste for her. But if she had family members that really, really suck, then you know what? It is what it is.
I wonder who the dog left all that money to.
See, dogs don't live that long.
Yeah, they don't live that long. So I wonder who the money went to. Does it go to the government or something? Like, what does it do?
Who knows? Probably.
They just burn the money.
Good question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. B. Finesse, for the compliments on the hairdo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. She told me this earlier. I told her hair was beautiful. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I get a little vain every now and then. I appreciate it. But let's go back to the topic. And we have 19 people in here. That's kind of big for me. Not like what's her name? Suzette Speaks with a 2,000 people in her chat. She couldn't just.
I actually just spoke to. She was in my chat.
Oh, okay.
Earlier, so and I was telling her how much her platform has grown.
Yes.
And then by her just being in a chat, I was able to get a lot of people in my chat, and then lead attorney came on as well.
Oh,
so I was like, man, I got some people supporting. So shout out to Suzette Speaks for
and the lead attorney.
Yeah, and the lead attorney for all the great content.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Before the Billions, you're for sure the next one of us that's blowing up here for sure. You'll be seeing those 1,000, 2,000 chat members in the chat room chatting it up, and then you'll forget about the rest of us as little people. I know, it's okay.
Well, we got El Guapo, who's blowing up too, though. He got 5,000 within like a few months, probably like 1 or 2 months.
That's true. But yeah, you for sure built Before the, or as I like to call you, the bougie billionaire. You're getting up there.
So she's talking about thunder. Is it the bougie billionaire or Shakespearean line? Which one do you like more?
I you know what? As a channel name, bougie billionaire, but between you and me, it's Shakespearean lying. That's my personal nickname for just you. Between me and you, you know, when you
Right.
when you hit the million fans, I know I can come up to you. Hey, Shakespearean lying. Nobody else will know, but you and me will know that. Everybody else will be a bougie billionaire.
I think that Miss B Finesse's channel is going to blow up. Like,
Yeah.
because
Oh yeah, for sure.
What, three days a week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 p.m. till whenever, right? She's usually on. She's done at least a very, very long 2-piece session, right?
Yeah, good 12 hours total, I think it was, or 10 hours, was it?
It was 12 hours this last one, and that we were on, and then the one before that she split it between 6 hours and 4 hours, so it's like almost 11 hours of live streaming.
I have a question about watch hours. Actually, maybe before the billions, you might know this. So,
Yes.
how are watch hours calculated? Is it, let's say, for example, one person watches 1 hour, and if 10 people watch 1 hour, does that account for 10 hours?
Yes, it does. So it depends, right? So I'll explain it. So I read into this, and then Gail dropped. I'm so sorry, Gail. I'm sorry for taking up your time if you had to drop. But yeah. So the way the watch hours works is you have your videos and you have your live streams. Those are going to be operating separately. You can get a lot more watch hours a lot more quickly with live streams than you can with videos, especially when you're low on subscribers, because videos take a long time to hit. You kind of got to have to go semi-viral in order to get a lot of watch hours on a video when you don't have that many subscribers. In addition to that, so you have your crew, your live stream crew that come in, and then they give you watch hours, and it multiplies per the hours that they watch. YouTube will tell you the average watch time. Now, the only thing is that you do not get watch hours from YouTube Shorts. Those are not going to be considered for monetization. So they'll tell you how many hours people watch it, but those are not going to be considered along with the other watch hours for videos and live streams.
Okay. Obviously, the more subscribers that are watching and the more hours you stream, it's all going to add up.
Right. And actually, Suzette Speaks, she apparently got 7,000 watch hours just in that last live stream that she did with Lead Attorney.
Wow.
She got 7,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I was watching that yesterday, man. I found it interesting. I think she was shooting a shot.
Both of them were shooting their shots, right?
You noticed that too, eh?
No, she was not.
Yeah, but
Lead Attorney
actually,
heard that she was 5'4", and he was like, "Oh, you became infinitely more attractive." What were you saying?
I actually typed that comment on a video, and she liked it. She didn't say anything. She just liked it. I'm telling you, shooting a shot.
She was actually asking a lot of the questions that people were asking. So she was asking them on behalf of a lot of people. Maybe she might have thrown a few questions of her own in too, but for the most part, I believe, and I could be wrong, she was asking questions for on behalf of other people.
Absolutely.
Especially the one where she was asking to stand up and turn around.
So okay, I gotta address that because towards the end of the stream, I think she might have asked, "Does anybody else have any questions?" Now I was just dropping in some I think that I'm funny from time to time, right? So I dropped in earlier, ask him to smile with his bright teeth or something to do with his teeth. You know, he's got a great.
TLA, you mean?
Huh?
TLA.
That was it. I said, what toothpaste do you use? That was what I asked. What toothpaste do you use? Just fun. But then that didn't get no take. She didn't even put that comment up. But when I said, ask him to stand up to make sure, just to prove that he has legs. Now, do you remember the stream where Tasha K came at him? right? And she mentioned something about his legs or a wheelchair or something of the sort. So I was just trying to make a joke about, oh, maybe he doesn't really have legs, to have him stand up. So I said, stand up just to prove that he has legs. But that went in a completely wrong direction.
Well, no, I mean it's safer that he doesn't do it, because there's a lot of YouTubers apparently, even if they wear suits, they're still wearing underwear. So I understand.
So, but no, it wasn't to objectify him at all. And I need to actually, say something.
No one took it that way. I'm pretty sure.
I hope he does. I hope he takes it for fun. That it was just completely a joke, but it kind of went.
No one is gonna take it that way.
I think he's a pretty cool guy. I don't think he would be.
Yeah. But I just realized a lot of you guys are YouTubers. Well, I mean, before the billion, that's a dead giveaway that you're a YouTuber. Yeah, just subscribe. But I like the name, man. I like the name.
Thank you.
Sorry, she stole my thunder.
Yeah, he's a pro, man. He's a old guy on the block when it comes to YouTube, and man, I'm telling you, he's gonna blow up, man. Write his name down. Make sure get him to sign some T-shirt for you, and keep it on eBay. You'll make millions of dollars for sure, man, for sure.
Yeah. Before he gets to that billion, right?
Yeah. Do it now. It'll be collector's item, and then the value will increase. You see, special effects and everything.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, he's gonna blow up, man.
Oh, the billions! You're always on, and I like these late night work sessions.
Mhm.
How many hours do you get to sleep when you do that? Like 4, 3?
Yeah, around 4 to 3. But of course, I work from home.
Yeah.
So I kind of just roll out of bed and get on my phone. Hey, good morning, everybody. I put on that
woken,
the extra, I'm awake type of speak. And then as soon as my meeting ends, I'm like, okay. Right? And I catch up on my sleep a little bit, but sometimes I can't, because sometimes I'll have meetings that go on for several hours, and then sometimes I regret doing the live session. But then I'm like, no, I was actually able to launch my website. So all of those things do help out when I do these late night live streams, because somebody said, if you're going to be doing something, at least try to monetize it, right? If you're going to be doing something for so many hours, like if you're playing video games, at least try to monetize your video games. That's what Mrs. B. Finesse was saying earlier on her live stream.
That's a good point. I'm actually going to do the same. I'm going to do some work sessions, because then I can be getting my watch hours at the same time. I can be working, because I actually need to rebuild my website, and I also use Elementor with WordPress, and there's a few projects I could be doing some editing as well while we're streaming and just chit chatting. I like the way how you do that, so I'm definitely going to steal that idea.
I did. That's something I tried early. I took some notes early from some YouTubers. Me, from very early on, I had shirts, I had merch. I had 100 subscribers. Then I had merch, and then I also had a course. So yeah, I sold a couple courses online, and then it's a great way to make some money before you even hit the monetization. So you have the lights too. I have it the same way. Look at me.
You know what? I have the same thing. I got to pull them out. I got to get all my stuff together.
I'm the amateur here.
I agree.
And I'm the amateur here, right? I'm not even showing my face. I have no lights, no microphone. But hey, I'm still in the game doing my thing. So hey,
don't worry. You sound great. I wanted to ask you: are you in Quebec?
Ben oui, Montréal.
Oh man, we gotta do a collab.
Of course,
we gotta do a collab.
Yeah, when you're ready, man, hit me up, man.
I'm ready.
We gotta teach these two above us how to speak French.
Yes,
you
exactly.
Get Millissa Jayne, I'll get Before the Billions, and we'll have them speaking French in no time for sure.
Exactly. Please write a comment maybe on one of my videos, and then we can connect later. I'm very curious, and let's do a collab.
Of course, man, for sure.
Sorry, guys. Quebec was taking over.
Yeah. Listen,
I make connections here. Anytime I do a show, I typically make connections, or people will contact me and ask me, "Oh, who was that person that you had on your show?" And make connections. Let me just read this.
The plug.
She stole my thunder. Is this non? What's this?
No, ma'am.
Oh no, ma'am. Those lives those lives we not intentionally supposed to be long. The finesse fam wanted it so. Like TLA said, give people what they want. So 11 hours and 10 2 parts. 10 2 part. Okay.
I think she's talking about her 2 live streams that we do, because I don't know if Wealth Engineer knows about it, but basically I quote unquote hold the record for the longest live stream of over 13 hours. All this started because of all because Till. Thank you. Even the amateur can do it. Thank you.
I mean, I'm surprised at the time. I see almost 4 hours, and I'm like, wow, you guys are pro. My longest is 3:30, and I was like,
I think. Go ahead.
I did 3:30. No one in the panel, just me and talking 3:30, and I was like, okay, that's it. That's my
enough.
limit.
Yeah, exactly.
Who was on with you? Wealth Engineering.
When I did it actually last week. I was just alone. I was just talking to people and responding to the chat, and then at 3:30, man. And
you actually did three and a half hours just by yourself. Well, that's pretty good. Talking by yourself.
Yeah, but I can barely get 10 people to watch it. So
now
it's just starting off.
Exactly. Now you've gotten yourself in a dangerous situation. Now that I'm going to be collabing with you, I know I'm gonna make sure that I tell before the billions about it. Melissa will be coming on your live stream like gangbusters, and you'll be having easily 10-hour live streams, no problem, man. Hey, easily.
Question for you,
Wealth Engineering.
I get. You see, the hair is coming. It's affected her brain thought.
I had to just drop the comment down so I could see.
Yeah, just leave it like that. You'll always see.
Have you heard of the lead attorney, right? Because you said you were on his other channel. Is that right?
Yeah. I was actually waiting to sign up to his YouTube Elementary.
That's what I was just
honestly purely for networking.
Absolutely. That's what I think all of us. Maybe not just on my thunder, but. We, some of us are part of his. I
think I was talking to you on the Discord yesterday. Yeah, that's where I saw your link. Yeah,
wait a minute.
Me. Oh, JC the black guy. Yeah, that's me.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's me, JC the black guy. I mean, that's fine.
He's a YouTuber. He has pseudonyms, 10 different accounts. He's on. That is the telltale sign of a YouTuber, right?
Yeah. You gotta have the YouTube name, the IG name, the Discord name, and then the work name. You know.
Vraiment comme un Québécois. Oh my God.
Exactly.
Find you.
Did you already join his Patreon then?
Yeah, I joined yesterday, and then I was like trying to put some life in this thing, and then I saw your comment. Actually, I'm going to like it, and you'll see that it's me.
Yeah, you know what? I thought the same thing when and I'm actually going to share the screen here. I thought the same thing when I first got into the lead attorney's.
You see all my comments. GC the black guy. That's me.
I'm like, I came in, right, and I saw every single of these folders where there was some comment in there. I'm like,
you see, I was trying to, if you put the light equipment, for example, I was trying to like trigger, like, like not trigger, but just, hey, what's going on here? But it's just mostly for networking, basically. I want to interact with people.
Is this you?
That's me. Yeah, that's the interview I was telling you about. So that guy is in Quebec on the old port next to me. And then he's a financial advisor who's managing like the high net worth people.
Can I tell you something? Your hairstyle looks so much better now.
Yeah, thank you.
Talking about hair.
No worries, thank you.
Yeah, the low haircut is definitely suits you. You look younger actually. You look much younger. That's why I didn't recognize you, because where's the picture? This picture.
Yeah.
You look like maybe 10, 15 years older.
Oh, wow. Sheesh.
Hey, don't get after my brother like that. He's always looks good. Hey, Melissa. Whoa. If he's living in
it's okay. It's all
Montreal,
fair game. It's
no,
all
no,
fair
no, no,
game.
no, no, no. I have to protect you, brother. If he's living in Montreal, he's a good-looking young man here, Millissa. You know, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, I'm serious. Okay, while we're on the Patreon, my channel is supposed to be a tech channel, even
Oh,
though.
really?
Oh, my alarm. Hold on a second. I didn't even.
Hey,
That's the
before
alarm
the
saying that.
billion, how you doing?
As you can see here,
We have this lovely channel.
the YouTube Elementary. I see that El Wapo is on.
Oh,
Right,
wonderful. There we are.
I'm sorry.
So is Suzette Speaks in there?
I haven't seen her in here.
Oh, we gotta get her in there.
I don't even think she needs this now. But
I don't know. She might send some DM to TLA, you know?
She doesn't come off as that kind of girl. Come on now.
What I wanted to show you, the tech tip for the day was how to secure your folder. Now, here's something. One day, I was just poking around in the TLA's group. For the most part, this general section is the only one that people use. You know, there's every time I'm doing a show, I usually just drop the thing in here. That's how Wealth Engineer found me. But for the most part, there's not a lot of activity going on, and I'm the one who's actually dropping. Suzette's going live right now. You know, Suzette's on. You know,
don't worry, I'll help you out.
You need some bots in there.
I try to use it because I think the Discord is very, 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 very good. If everybody else would use it, I think that would be better. But one day I was poking around, right, and I came down to this section down here, the YouTube Mastermind.
Yeah.
Right, and there was a discussion. There was a discussion going on. All right, let me just get out of that. Disconnect. There was a discussion going on. The lead attorney and about five or six other people were in there having an audio conversation. You can use your video too if you want. And I just jumped in. Now this is supposed to be the private.
I know the private is just up there, the 2.0.
Yeah, it's supposed to be private. I think maybe he might have changed the name because it used to say private mastermind or something.
It's up there. It's only 2.
Yeah, if you look at the private, it says private 2.0. That one, yeah.
There it is. Let's see if there's
but you can join into it. I noticed that yesterday too. I was like, okay.
Right?
Oh, he didn't private it. Yeah, he has to change the roles.
So
don't make a video about it. Now he's gonna know.
I told him already because I felt like, you know how when you walk into a room and there's something going on, and I just sort of like, let me just walk back out. Let me just tiptoe myself back out. You know, I've stayed for about 20 seconds, but I tiptoed myself back out. But the tip was, oh, El Guapo's here. There's a couple of people in here. The tip was to go into. I'm gonna do it on my own Discord. I have a Discord that I use for my trading study group.
Okay.
And I have this private group here, so I can actually. And I did a little test with a friend of mine just to make sure that I was doing this correctly. But if you click on the little settings icon where it says edit channel.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to permissions,
mm-hmm.
and then go down to the view channel. You put an X there so that it's not viewable to everybody, and then all of these need to be X's down there, which would automatically be X'd if you put an X there.
Mm-hmm.
That all the rest would be automatically X'd out, and then you can just add the people that you want to be added to this channel. So you can be very, very specific. And I'm sure before the billions probably already knows this. You can make some of the sections, some of the channels private and just with a few people in it, and then you can make all the rest of them, open. So this is the tip for you, lead attorney. I hope you get a chance to see this. This is how you can secure your private section. It shouldn't be open to everybody just to walk in, as I did. So he always says, "Listen, I'm old. Listen, man, I'm older than you, lead attorney. Don't tell anybody else said that."
Wow.
Actually, can you share it again?
Oh?
Can you share your screen again?
Sure.
Can you go to my Discord chat?
Sure. For the billions has one too.
Yeah. So let's see. So you can't even see. Yeah. Okay. Wanted to make sure what the view was on mine because I have a few private ones that are only for people who have specific roles.
Right.
I always wanted something out that
Exactly.
Yeah, you gotta do this test, you know. Yeah, I have a Discord too, and I do that. Actually, maybe I know it's a tech channel. Have you done a video yet about how to connect Patreon with Discord?
No, I haven't yet.
No one has that on YouTube. I'm like, I'm trying to figure it out, and no one has a video about it. But I don't have a tech channel, so I don't do a video about it.
Yeah, only because I don't have a Patreon yet. As soon as I do, I'll do it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good content idea. Maybe we can put it on the content ideas / channel
right now
from TLA. So yeah.
Listen, and I was also trying to bring up the bots that I have in the chat as well. I wanted to kind of give you guys a tip that it helps out, similar to how I have Nightbot for my YouTube.
Do you want to share your screen?
You already had it up. I was just gonna.
Okay.
I can share my screen, but you have to.
Oh, can people on the panel share the screen? Oh, they can. Wow.
Go ahead and
didn't realize that.
Should give you permissions, I believe. There you go.
She stole my thunder. Are you also in the TLA group?
No, I'm not. I'm not quite ready to blow up just yet.
Okay.
There are a few things, like I want to get a good microphone, since I'm more voice dependent rather than visual like you guys.
Yeah.
But when I'm ready, I'm definitely going to look into that and my other options to really, because like everybody has said before, YouTube is one of those things that if you do it right, you can definitely make a decent amount of money doing it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I started in 2018.
Right.
I tried different type of contents, vloggings, and then tutorials, and then basically just like no video, just me recording my screen and then talking. But now I think I found my niche. And I'm really plowing to it. But it took me really 2 years to on and off, basically, to narrow it down. And then once you go at it, and then but I definitely recommend that because it's definitely harder now than it was 2 years ago. So make sure you keep at it too.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, I'm sure a lot of the people have had that advice too, of like, find your niche and keep working at it, and just have as many reasons for people to be looking for you rather than for everybody else, because there are thousands of tech channels, right? But I know I can go to Millissa or Built for the Billions because it's not just the tech, it's their personality, how they present it, etc. Right? It's for them that I come to their channels, because the tech I can go anywhere, but I want to see them and how they present that tech. So yeah.
And just quickly, I wanted to mention there is one channel, like I'm huge in the manosphere as well. I follow a lot of people there, but one channel I listen to, her name is Jessica X. She's from Britain as well, and she never showed her face. Sometimes you might see like a small picture of her trying to figure out, like, but she never showed her face, and she's blowing up like crazy. Last year was a great year for her. And so you don't necessarily have to have like showing yourself, but good audio, and then just present, have a good topic people can talk to. And she does stream on StreamYard too. And so it's most people tune in for their personality, and people in Quebec, that's the one thing we do have: personality.
Oh yes, and in volumes, maple syrup and personality. Yes, plenty of both.
Let me stop right a second and give big shout out to Beautiful Lies, Mr. El Guapo. Hey family, I'm in production, but I'm listening. Shout out to Millissa Jayne, El Guapo. Great for you to be listening. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I actually just called your name just a second ago as we were looking at the Discord.
Yeah, I actually went there and I asked him. I'm like, hey, you want to come join us? I watch TLE a lot, and then I love his voice, man. This guy has the smoothest voice. I'm like so jealous. I'm like, how do I get this voice?
Him and Jay and Story to Tell, both of them had the voice.
Yeah.
Regarding She Stole My Thunder, you can absolutely crush this channel with just a voice alone, because you have a beautiful French voice. So I keep on telling you, the best voice out here. So
no, you know it's you. You know it's you. Come on.
No comment.
Wealth engineer. You know how the war is between.
No comment.
You know how the war is between French and English. It's English. It's English. No. for once, wealth engineer, we have to agree that the British accent is much sexier, right? Come on, she sounds a lot better than I do. She sounds a lot better than. Come on, hey, back me up on this.
Me, I have a bias, right? I have a bias, and well, it turns out that my bias is the English accent. But
so you see that? No. She sounds a lot sexier than I do. She has the voice for.
Yeah, when it comes to between you two of us, I would prefer not there. But all I have to say is I do have a bias for British accent.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. She can go for. She has the first place as far as sexy accents. So I'll humbly accept second place. I'll humbly accept it.
Before the billions, go ahead and show us what you were going to show us.
Right. So I'll be quick. I just wanted to show you guys some bots if you are starting up your own Discord channel. These are I'm not going to say necessary, but they are going to be extremely helpful with also not only moderating your Discord chat, but also I have some bots that do different things, right? So this bot right here is called Arcane. This one will send out notifications whenever you post new videos on your YouTube. So you link it up with your YouTube, and then it will send out this notification for you guys.
I like it.
I also have GA Awesome bot, and also Me6. So MEE6 bot.
Yeah, that seems to be the most popular bot people use. ME6 bot. Yeah. How do you program it though?
They already have it. You know, the company that creates it is programmed. You can create your own bot, and you can also, if you're trying to use the Me6 bot, you can create your own custom commands using their website. And I have a few custom rules for it. I tell it, whatever spam protection, whatever I don't want, certain words to be used and stuff like that. And then it will actually filter those things out. And it also has the ability. I don't have it as owner rights, owner privileges, but I do have it on privileges to where it's like an admin, and it can make different changes to your channel or to your Discord chat, and such as like it can delete people out of your chat, or it can take care of spam, a whole bunch of different things that it has, a whole bunch of different features. And it also has this thing where it can keep track of how many times that you said something within the chat, and then the more you speak, the higher your level gets. So you have like a game that you can play with these bots that keep people engaged. So just wanted to highlight this for you, so that way you can see that these bots, you can use them to your benefit.
Yeah.
Now, don't give them like owner privileges or anything like that. Don't give them like admin or something like that. They can make certain changes, but they can't take over everything on your Discord chat.
Absolutely. I like these little tips because it just helps to for production and proficiency. I'm all about proficiency. If you can find something that does things quicker, I'm all for that. I also do want to mention though, Professor Black Ops was on this morning with was it this morning? I don't know if it was a recording or whether it was live. I think it might have been
live with the blind guy, his wife, their life, I believe. Yeah,
that's right. So he was actually talking about some of these security measures on your sites, on your channels, and how you have to be careful and security measures to put in place. So go check that out. That was on this morning, and that was very, very, very useful.
Oh, can I bring this up though too?
Sure.
He brought up something that we all do or have done in the past, and it is related to when you go up and they say, okay, you can trade in your phone for like your mobile phone. They can see every single thing that you can see.
Yeah.
On your phone. So even if you have hidden pictures, all that kind of stuff, you thinking that maybe you can give them your phone and they're not going to be looking. They actually look at the pictures that you have on your phone. They scroll through them and stuff like that. And Professor Black Ops brought up the point that if you have some illegal things or something that you're not supposed to have on your phone, they actually do turn you in. They turn in your the data that they see on your phone, and then they will say, okay, well, police, this is such and such. They have some things they're not supposed to have on their phone, some illegal pictures, and they will, reach out to you or whatever, or try and find you after finding these images. So be careful with what you put on your phone, especially if you're trying to trade it in, or just keep your phone. That's why they try to incentivize you by saying, "Oh, we'll take off a few $100s if you trade in your phone." Why do you think they want to trade in? Why do you think they want you to trade in your phone so bad if the phone is worthless really after like a year? Really, like, after a year, your phone is worthless. It's not even worth the $1,000 that you probably bought it for. So yeah.
Very good point. The other day, my screen was cracked on my phone, and I needed to take it to get repaired. And I mean, I don't have anything bad on there, but there were some things that I didn't want anybody to see. I was a little bit nervous about that, but I haven't seen that my accounts have been taken over yet, so I think I'm all right. But we use our phones for almost everything, right? So we just have to be really, really careful. I don't know how we can protect ourselves. If you had a cracked phone, how would you be able to protect yourself from that? Because they have to be able to get into it. What would you say to that before the billions?
Oh, I would say just not have things on your phone, right? But obviously you can't
Like
really say that for most things. But
yeah, like for example, passwords.
yeah, I got you. So things like that, you're gonna have. I would probably go the route of changing your passwords anyway, right? Keep changing your passwords, making sure that you don't have anything that is gonna allow somebody to hack into your phone and stuff like that, or not hack into your phone, but hack into your account, because you most definitely, Professor Blackhawks is like, oh, have a very complex password and change it I think he says like every 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
So, he practices that, and he says it for a reason, because people will most definitely get into your phone. Like, they may not do it now. There's a whole bunch of businesses that have been hacked, and they are just sitting there waiting
Wow.
for that moment. If you guys have never seen Watch Mojo, Watch Mojo is a very huge multimedia platform on YouTube, and they do like top 10s and stuff like that. They got hacked a few years ago, and the hack was so bad. Every single video, the title was changed. The title and the description was changed to like I forgot exactly what it was, like some sort of advertisement or something like that for them. And they're most definitely hacking YouTube channels. They're hacking a whole bunch of different things, and they're really just waiting.
Yeah. The ransomware though. You got to pay.
Another tip I would add quick on the subject of phones, and basically just make sure you don't break your phones. But I've started using, I don't know if you've done that, those plastic thing you can put on the glass, and then it's made of a hard material. It's cheap, but it saves. Since I've used it, I've never broken a glass on my phone. And so whenever you drop the phone, that part takes the impact, and then it breaks, and then you can just easily swap it. And since I've used that, it's been 4 years basically. I've dropped my phone many times, never had a crack, nothing. So I guess that's my way of bypassing all this.
Oh man,
I have
what's engineering
cover for my phone, so if it does fall, it should take the impact. However, it might fall right on its face too. It might fall open.
Yeah, and it's very seamless. Like you don't even see that it's there. It's very easy, slim. I don't know if you guys can see it, but there's a plastic somewhere here.
Yeah.
But it's hard when you're putting it in. It feels hard.
And
it's also flexible.
It still it still will allow you to touch screen,
Oh yeah, that works fine. Fingerprint and all that works no problem. Even with gloves, like no problem. But then when it takes an impact,
Yeah.
you see a crack on the plastic. Sometimes you even think it's your own phone's crack, like, and then you remove it. You're like, oh yeah, thank God.
Oh,
And then you buy it again. It's like $6 on Amazon or something, very cheap, but it goes a long way.
I'll have to do that.
Or you could just get one of those old brick Nokia phones. It's also good for security as well. Who wants to hack through that phone, right? You don't have anything on. I don't know.
With the snake.
yeah, exactly. I believe it or not, I had a flip phone for the longest time until like maybe 6 months ago, basically, and I was just happy with it. I was fine, and it's like, but the battery kept dying. I'm like, okay, I have to upgrade. Okay, fine. I'll get into it. Fine.
I don't know, man. I don't know. If I went to a date and someone pull a flip phone.
I know. I'm old school. I'm old. Come on, give me a break. Come on,
I'm teasing you.
I know.
I want to go take a look at your channel, Wealth Engineering. Let's go take a look.
All right.
She says your name, Ashley Glass, is on the screen. I know what you did there. I know what you did. It's okay. It's okay. I have to be hard on you, Millissa. It's okay.
I'm getting old, like the leader 20% said. I'm old.
Sure. Mm-hmm. I know that beauty. You see yourself in the mirror and it distracts you. I know. It's okay. Don't worry. We'll go with your age. It's okay. Don't worry.
All right, let's take a look at Wealth Engineer's website, YouTube channel.
I still have to do some work on it. It's a work in progress, but yeah.
Don't we all, my friend? I like the heading. Very nice.
Thank you.
Wealth Engineer podcast 3 times a week. Sorry. Very, very nice. Crypto stocks business. Yeah, definitely something I was like, yes, I'm interested in that stuff. So, what do you trade as far as crypto or stocks?
So I have a different philosophy when it comes to that, and that's basically why I'm doing. That's where I found my niche, right, on my YouTube channel. I did everything. I did everything: forex, day trading, swing trading, long-term investing, and basically what I figure out is, at the end of the day, it's better to have a long-term portfolio first. Focus on that and build that, and then later work on a part-time portfolio. But I've been so good with my long-term portfolio that I realized that I don't even need to be working on my short-term portfolio anymore. I make money in my sleeps, so I'm like, I'll just keep working on that and grow it faster and then sleep. And making money while you sleep, man, it's just it hits me a different way. Like, just to give you an idea, I had COVID last month. And I was in a hospital for like 1 week, 8 days basically. But and I couldn't work for another week. So basically, I stopped working for 14 days. But then I got home. I look at my portfolio. Oh man, the money was flowing. I was making cash flow on my investments, and that just made me feel so happy. I'm like, man, I can't retire on that money yet, but one day I will be, and it just motivates me better. And yeah, I used to trade. I used to do options. I was deep in options, swing trading. I spent 3 years doing that every month. But now I just focus on my long-term portfolio. And that's why I'm trying to teach people. Basically, work on that first. And then later, if you want to, work on trading. And you will be surprised what your long-term portfolio does for you.
Yeah, I agree on that one. It also, I say that this is not financial advice, right?
Oh yeah,
and this is for entertainment purpose only. With a big smile on my face.
Is Gail still with us? I think Gail's still with us. Gail is so awesome. I need to to take care of
I see
Gail.
that you had the intentional millionaire on your panel. Or
Yeah, I was watching CLE's channel, and then actually, I believe El Guapo was in there too. And then he was using the intentional millionaire to show people what a good example of a YouTube channel was, and the lighting and the equipment and all that. And I saw the name intentional millionaire. I'm like, man, I gotta go find that guy. So I messaged him. He was very like nice guy. And then he was like, "Yeah, let's connect for a podcast and a collab." So I connect with him, and then we had a good podcast. And then he asked me, basically, I wanted to invite him again, and so I'm just doing more content, and later I'll invite him again. So yeah.
right.
Hey, if you want to, we can talk, man. Before the billions.
all this money then. Before the billions, intentional millionaire, wealth engineering. We got to do what you call it, a whole day's worth of financial stuff. Oh, I'd be into that. I'd be watching that.
Oh yeah. And now I'm deep into that, and then that's where I spend all my money to reinvest it, and also teach people about generational wealth, grow it, and because there is a huge mentor problem. I suffer from that. There was no mentor. I had to pay. First mentor I paid $2,000. Another mentor I paid $12,000. Yeah, and then so I wish someone was giving the information for very cheap. So
actually, that's what I was going to ask you. Where are you getting your your financial advice for, as far as stocks and invested and crypto and all of that? You said you paid 12,000
for options and forex. I pay a school $2,000 to learn from them, and then I also had a mentor that was assigned to me for a year, and then also had a community to I still connected with the community. It's a lifetime membership actually after you pay. So I still have that. And then for real estate, there was the Robert Kiyosaki things. They were coming in my city, and then I went there for a weekend. It turns out that they said they have a sales speech. Yes, good. So they have a sales speech after that weekend, and then I was one of the ones who couldn't resist not paying for it. So
show us that again before the billions. What you just showed us. Okay, the rich portfolio.
Yeah. This is definitely the first book. First book anyone starting their financial journey to freedom, they should read.
Okay, very, very good.
I have a whole bunch of these wealth books and stuff like that. I have the Dave Ramsey Total Money Makeover.
All right. Yeah, I was watching him for a couple of years when I was paying my mortgage off.
But Rich Dad Poor Dad, I listen to it audiobook, but if you read it or listen to it on an audiobook, it will change your life.
Yes.
So I really applied. That's my next one. I haven't read that one yet.
Okay, good.
But
it's a great read.
To answer your question, Millissa, it's what I do now with stocks and cryptos. It's exactly what he teaches in his book, Cash Flow. I focus only on dividends paying stocks and on cryptos that pays me, I guess, a dividend, for lack of a better word. But I focus only on these investments, and I also combine that with Warren Buffett's strategy of buying something low that has the potential to grow in assets. So these two strategies combined is the whole philosophy of wealth engineering. And I also have other things that I teach also to how to select your stocks, how to follow the trend, things like that. I talk about a lot the forces that can affect your wealth. If you can understand those forces and then you position yourself so that you can benefit from them, then that makes a huge difference. It's very efficient. As a former engineer, I have to think about efficiency. And I've done the test over and over, and that strategy grows the portfolio so fast. And less efforts, more gains. And this year, I'm up 930% in my portfolio, which is the highest gain I've ever made in my investing careers. And this is also the less energy I've put it into investing. So from that perspective, day trading and swing trading, I'm looking at it, I'm like, it was fun, but I don't know.
I'm still at that level. I'm still at and I was just showing you that I'm actually listening to this book right now, Trading in the Zone audio book. But the whole swing trading thing and the day trading. It's taking its toll on me. I mean, to be looking at these charts all night long.
I'm telling you, man, start with the long-term portfolio first. It's a lot easier to deal with, less time, more efficient. And in crypto right now, there is so much opportunities right now that are undervalued. No one's looking at them. It's a matter of, I don't know if you guys heard about Shiba.
Hold that thought 1 second. Let me just say a good night to Mrs. B for Ness, calling it night, fam. Great to stream again, Millissa. Glad I can stop in and get the knowledge. Thank you so much for tuning in. And she was doing a quite a long stream earlier today, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, I believe, at 1 p.m. until whenever they get tired. So I appreciate you.
Wow.
Shout out to my big sis.
Yeah. Shout out to you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, carry on. Shibu, is it?
Yeah, Shiba. That like I have a system. I won't disclose my system because that's for my exclusive Discord. But I found a system. Okay. It may sound, it's very unconventional. All right, very unconventional. But that system works. I'm able to find potential winners before most people does, and then I invest in them if I want to. But Shiba was one of them. Very early on this year, I found Shiba. I waited 3 weeks to decide on investing on Shiba, and that 3 week cost me $400,000. My brother invested in this Shiba a lot, and then I waited 3 weeks to invest in it. But him is going to retire next year. Like, this is how much money he's made on Shiba this year. And then I'm still up $40,000, but I could have made $400,000.
I am kicking myself because I heard about Shiba earlier this year, and I was like, nah, they're trying to do another Dogecoin, and I got into Dogecoin early, but then not early enough. I went up, and then it went straight back down.
Yeah,
and I started losing money. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, honestly, I was buying more because I had good intel on it, and then I bought it late, but I also started buying a lot when it went down, and then that's why now I'm doing good on it. But it's just like you, I didn't believe in the memes. That's why I didn't invest in it. Although my intel told me it was going to 1000x in this year, so I didn't invest in it because of that. And then But that's what I'm saying, guys. The long-term investment, crypto, you combine that together, you get cash flow from it. Like there is something called staking. I'm actually going to make a stream about that next Sunday, where you can you loan your cryptos and then you get paid an interest for it. So you can loan Shiba and get paid for it as well. So that's how I get cash flow from my investment.
Do you have a Discord? Did you say you had a Patreon or a Discord, or what do you have?
Yeah, I have a Discord right now. I have a general Discord for everyone, and then I also have an exclusive one for people who took my course. Okay. That's where I share a lot more intel. So
you find information on the course? Do you have a link to your course or a website or anything?
Yeah, it's usually on my videos, not the streams, but any videos that I post, like uploads of video clips. Okay. You can go on the descriptions, Wealth Engineering. You can go on the website and then you see it.
Should you care about life insurance?
Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, I guess you're listening to yeah.
We do things that we.
Oh, so that's for my the financial advisor that was on my video. So I put his link first because I was doing the collab. Okay. That's what I do when I do collabs with people. But if you go down, the Discord link is here, and then the Wealth Engineering website is below, so you can see wealthengineering.ca. So yeah, it's definitely
there you go, free promotions right here. So
yeah. Well, thank you. But yeah, it's I've learned, I teach a lot, but it's really for beginners. If you're already trading, honestly, I wouldn't recommend that to you. It's really for people. The course is really designed for people who don't know much about investing or trading. So it walks them through everything. But there are some certain concepts we can talk about, and if you're interested, we can find other ways to deal.
Right. It's a nice, clean looking website too. I like it, man.
Thank you very much.
Nice. All right.
Oh, yeah, man. I need to speak with you because I just actually launched my website and I need to I have my testimonials and stuff too. So
Yeah. I try my best.
oh, did you go to oh my god, Undraw for the images?
These ones I actually I forgot where I found them. I found them Pixabay, I believe. There is a website I call Pixabay.
Yeah, because
you can find
I'm talking about
free.
the like the. Can you go back up, Millissa?
Sure.
The illustrations.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I believe. Oh no, actually, the one who did the website found that for me.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so I recognize that the piggy bank one, and that's from Undraw. And I was like,
yeah.
I was about to do a video on that on the where you can get illustrations from.
Yeah, you can change the colors to match your brand.
Yep.
Nice.
So
Really,
yeah.
I like it. So clear and nice.
Yeah, thank you very much. But yeah, well, join my Discord anyway, and then if you're interested in knowing more about cryptos, let me know on the Discord, and then we can find ways to talk. Because if you, like I said, I wouldn't recommend you the course, but that doesn't mean there is no ways that you can learn from. And me, as long as I teach people, I'm all in. So yeah, that's the way with cryptos, man. I believe crypto has the power to help our community globally, to help us catch all the wealth we missed in the last 400 years.
Right?
we can get it back in one generation with crypto. So I'll do whatever it takes to teach people about crypto.
Hardest thing right now, cryptos. Even in my community, we're talking about cryptos every single day. So I'm actually in a space right now that is teaching us how to do all this stuff. It's the crypto stuff I haven't necessarily got into. I'm trying to stay focused on the learning this particular couple of strategies, but now I think I'm about to move into the crypto side a little bit more now.
Yes, trust me. I'm doing a stream on Sunday. If you're not busy, try at least watch the replay if you can. But yeah, it will be a good. I'm gonna do it in a way where even if you don't know anything about crypto, you will be able to follow along, and by the end of the stream, you will be able to do things that most people in crypto don't know about. So it's going to be like a.
Well, I'm part of your Discord now, so I'm sure you'll send a reminder there.
I will.
I gotta check it out.
Yeah.
I'll make a legit class on it on cryptos and I'll do it. I have a lot of questions people are asking me, so I'll do it for them.
Very, very good. Very, very good. I'm glad that you came in today because you really allowed us to talk a little bit of tech as well as the before the billions, as well as the
topic of the day, unfulfillment.
With these streams, you start in one area and you end up going completely different. So we're gonna bring it back and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Yes.
Any final thoughts regarding the topic? Let me just throw up the flyer again. Women without kids are unfulfilled, some say. What do you say in as a final thought to that, wealth engineering?
Well, final thought to that, I say, again, I think there are some forces, and it's the same topic that I talk on my course, but there are some forces that we can't fight against, right? And when it comes to instinct, things that biology that have done so many years in trying to put into ourselves, we can't fight that. Trying to understand that is the best way to find happiness, and to understand that there are things that you can't really change. For people, let's say they decide not to have kids, I would say, just like you mentioned, you're looking for projects to do outside of that. And that force that I'm talking about is the nurturing aspect of it. This is a strong force, and that pushes, as you said, some women to even steal babies. Now, this is a horrible thought that you're stealing someone else's baby. As you're trying to steal a baby, the pain that person is going through from losing a baby, yet you still do it because your own pain of not having that baby is stronger than that person's losing a baby. So that tells you how much that need for nurturing for women can be strong. So understand that aspect of it and channeling it in your own life, however you see fit. For example, helping the community, mentoring them, offer workshop classes. You can do that for teenagers. You can do that for young adults. however you want to do it, that nurture aspect of it is the way to fulfillment. And I strongly believe in that. And I think as long as this is done, I think it's okay to have a life without kids and feel fulfilled about it. But if that aspect is neglected, then there is no nurturing channel for it. Then yes, there will be some sort of, like, there will be, that thing will be still be back in your head, making you questions your decision as you go older, and you don't want to be in that position. So that's basically my last statement when it comes to this topic. But it's a very interesting topic. I see this. I have my own cousins going through it as well as my own family. So, and I really, and it's fulfillment in general. It's something I'm passionate about. So I was really appreciating this topic today.
Appreciate your thoughts. I'm going to let She Stole My Thunder give us your final words.
Thank you, merci beaucoup. Basically, just to build upon what wealth management said, that just find your strength, find your force, find a way to go with what you want in your life. If you don't want to have children, don't force yourself into that situation, but find an outlet for whatever is in yourself to take that out. And if it's you're called to be a nurture, find some way to get to express yourself and express who you are as a person, and really just be authentic and be yourself, no matter what that is, no matter how that looks. And if that means changing your mind sometimes, then change your mind. It's really just go with it wherever you want.
Beautiful, beautiful. And before the billions,
Yes.
what's your final thoughts on this topic?
Right. First off, I got to put some respect on my man Wealth Engineering in his name. Like,
oopsies.
Shout out to Wealth Engineering, right? Because I know your name has been changed so many times this stream, but I want to make sure that that you get your name correct.
Thank you very much. And same goes to you. Before the Billion is a very catchy name for a YouTube channel. This is great right there.
Thank you so much for that. I started an LLC with it, so so it's my business name as well. Yeah, but overall, back back to the topic. But I want to say that I'm glad that I came up on this panel. We discussed not only the women's side, but also the men's side of it. We were able to see that there's not too much of a difference between the men and the women when it comes to progeny, right? So that is the having of offspring, or having children. I talk about this topic all the time, and it's something that I think about because I'm relatively young, 26 years old. So to me, I'm more so trying to get my money and my career together. I'm not necessarily looking at having children right this moment, nor do I feel the urge or need to have a child at this moment either. I do see when people talk about how you want to have children early and stuff like that, so that way when your kids turn 12, your knees ain't cracking and popping and stuff like that. Pop locking and dropping it. But I most definitely am gonna be like, I'm gonna be one of them parents that's gonna be 40 something years old. My knees cracking and popping, and I'm gonna be at the football game or the a baseball game with my kids, and I'm still gonna be cheering them on because I'm able to actually be there because I put myself in the best position to where I don't have to sit up here and work my life away, and I get to miss these important opportunities to where you're missing out on your children's important events and stuff like that. And you want to make sure that your children are protected, and that teachers and also other people who they interact with know that they have backup. So I'm more so like, okay, that's made me get myself in the right positioning because I didn't have, people didn't think I had that backup when I was younger. Also, I brought up the fact that if I were not to be able to have children, I would still be able to pass on my legacy and I would want to pass on my legacy to, if it's not a family member or a very close family member who will be able to use that money effectively, I would then put it towards my own goals or my own nonprofit, which will be helping out children with sick parents. Because I think that's a goal, because I went through that, and I don't want anybody else to have to go through that and all that struggle that I had to go through growing up. So I want to make sure that, that I have a little, even if it's not a little biological before the billions, I have a lot of other before the billions that come from me, right? A lot of this knowledge, and the main reason why I am trying to impart a lot of this knowledge into this YouTube space is because I know that this is an archive for a lot of people who will then look back on these videos and will learn from a lot of these things. So shout out to you, Millissa Jayne. Shout out Wealth Engineering, and She Stole My Thunder. Thank you guys for being such a great panel and also having me up on the channel. Yeah, I tried to rhyme there. I tried to throw some bars in there.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure having you all on the panel. Big shout out to Gail Lockett. I just sent you something on your phone. You'll see that in a second. I really appreciate each and every person that was in the chats. I appreciate each and every person that was on the panel. I would read everybody's names, but I'm not very good with names. But I appreciate all of the. I know there was Adrian Nash, Finesse, OB. Sorry, OB. What's it? OG.
Patrice.
Patrice, yes. Who else was there? Help me out here.
This is
Criminality
Online.
Yeah.
The crime dame, right? She goes by.
I remember the moderator. Your moderator.
Yeah, it's Gail Lockett.
Gail Lockett for sure.
Also Yolanda calling in from Florida as well. Jacksonville, Florida. Appreciate you for being on. That's somebody that I haven't spoken to for several years. We used to do karaoke together here in South Florida. She used to be down here. We used to hang out a lot, man. It was good times. But she really gave a good perspective as well. So just to wrap it up, though, women without children, even people, women and men, they can still have a fulfilled life. It's parenthood is not for everybody. People shouldn't let us make us feel less than if we decide that's not what we want. There's whole communities that are out there for childless or child-free women and men. And I discovered that there's a lot of groups out there that people are just get together and chat and do whatever they do, guilt-free and just to be in a safe environment. So for me, I was able to share a little bit of my personal experience on why I made this decision. If you can go back to the beginning, you'll sort of hear a little bit more about that if you missed it. But I feel like I'm fulfilled right now. I do feel fulfilled. Who knows what's going to happen in 10, 20 years from now if I'll still feel the same. I'm definitely going to make all the changes that Adrian Nash talked about, as far as wills and legacy, and putting all the documentation into place, so that once I do get to those points, that everything will be organized in a professional and organized manner, and not leaving things to people to just guess. So I know I have some homework to do as far as that's concerned. Living will, testament. What's it called? Let me look at my notes here. Let me look at my notes, because I did quite a few notes here.
That's how hard working Millissa Jayne is. She be taking notes.
Estate planning, attorney, the advocate, the healthcare advocate, and all of that. Power of attorney, guardianship if you have kids. Bank can notarize your forms, state forms, all of that good stuff. I'll make more sense later on. But I have the basis and some homework to do. And I would suggest that anybody that's listening, to do the same if you haven't already done so. We have the information is out there. We have people that tell us the information, just like wealth engineering was talking about. He shares information, but do we pick it up? Do we take it and utilize it? There's a lot of free good information out here. Let us use it and make it better for ourselves and our families and our situation. So, with that said, thank you, Wealth Engineering, for coming up. Great to meet you and great to have you. Hope we can collaborate in some form again. I'll be tuning into your show on Sunday for sure. And before the billions, as always, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for always liking my Instagram stories as well. Thank you for staying connected in that way. I really appreciate that. And then je m'appelle, she stole my thunder. I know I'm using the wrong words.
You did it right. You did it right.
Mon ami, she stole my thunder. Merci beaucoup. Bonsoir, and have a good night.
Très bien, très bien. Elle a très bien fait, hein?
Oui.
Tu vois? You did very well. You have two French-speaking people. You did very well. Don't worry. At least you tried.
Every time we have a show together, you got to leave me at least one word that I can work on for the next, or one phrase.
One word at a time. You'll get it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, let's see. What could we teach her wealth engineering? What would be a good word? Or maybe just how to. Je veux acheter des cryptos. I want to buy cryptos. I don't know. Maybe that's too hard, too easy. What do you think, wealth engineer? That's too easy for her. Too easy for her, right?
That's good. That's good. That's right. The right
yeah,
level.
okay. Je veux acheter des cryptos. I want to buy cryptos.
Je veux acheter
des cryptos.
Je veux acheter des cryptos.
Yes. Yeah, je veux acheter des cryptos. So now you get to replay, and before the billions, I want you to be saying that sentence too by, next live stream. If you're not saying it, I'm leaving right away. I'm unsubscribing. I'm bad mouthing you, everything, okay?
No, you still got to say it one more time for me so I can get it.
Je veux acheter des cryptos.
Je veux acheter. What was last
des
crypto. Okay.
Good. Bravo.
Okay.
There you go. You see, wealth engineer. This should be our collab. We should be teaching them French and have it relate to like techno or wealth management, something. I think they will learn.
They have the right tech in French.
They have the tongue for French. Both of them. They should definitely be learning. But thank you, Millissa Jayne, for having us on. I'm so glad to be here and to impart my little bit of French knowledge to everybody here.
Thank you, everyone in the panel too. Thank you for accepting in the panel. Before the billions, nice to meet you all. She stole my thunder. Yes, I think you stole my thunder.
Oh God, no! You poor man, run now!
I'm joking. I was trying to make a joke, but yeah, thank you very much. I'm really happy to meet you all, and then I hope you stay contacted. I'll definitely try to find you guys on the Discord, and then She Stole My Thunder. I'm gonna try to find another way to connect with you, but I want to connect all of you, and I'm happy with that. We had to spend some time today.
Yeah, I'm most definitely in the Discord.
Yeah, I liked you. I joined your Discord and I commented on one of your videos, Wealth Engineer. So you will be able to find me one way or the other. You can't hide from me. Once a Quebecer finds another Quebecer, you can't run. You can't run. Je te vois, t'es mon frère maintenant. C'est correct.
All right, thank you.
Bye, guys. I'm going to just wrap it up after I see you go. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks again.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, there we have it. This is probably my longest stream. It is my longest stream. We started at 8 p.m. and we talked about the life as a child-free person. Women without kids are unfulfilled. I just did the topic like that just for a little bit of a controversy, stirs up and gets more interest, of course. You know that. It's all about advertising. It's all about marketing. And I will be back with another exciting topic. As a matter of fact, it might be interracial relationships. I dropped something into my Facebook group about interracial relationships, and the amount of comments that I got was just crazy. So if you're still listening and you think that that might be a good topic, let me know in the chats. Interracial relationships. Do you think that would be a good topic to explore? It's just to explore. It's just for conversation and you know, an interest, and we can also share personal experiences of either interracial relationships that we have been in personally, or people that we know closely. Let me know if you think that might be a good topic. I gotta get into that one, says Wealth in Engineering. Ooh, absolutely. You know, you're always gonna be welcome on the channel. Wealth Engineering. Thank you so much for reaching out to me, and it was great to have you on the panel. All right, guys. So I think it's probably going to be interracial relationships. A lot of feedback I got from that particular comment that I dropped in, and it was just something that I shared on my page. All right. So with that said, I hope you have a wonderful night. I want to also thanks to my sponsors of tonight. My sponsors of tonight were MSE Network. Thank you for my sponsor, MSE Network. We are streaming live on that platform as well, and I'm going to do a little bit more of a feature on them very, very soon. Rich Live. If you want to hear some good R&B music, you can tune into his show on Saturday nights. Go over to MSE Network and you will find the channel. Just Google it. And then I want to thank my next sponsor, the Intentional Millionaire. Thank you for the sponsorship tonight. You were the first sponsor for the night, so we gave you big props. We appreciate you, and you have an amazing YouTube channel. Go and check that out, The Intentional Millionaire. Very, very good financial information as well. We've got to get all the finance guys together. They're just crushing it out here. And then I also want to thank my biggest sponsor for the day. That's Carl Sinclair. Carl Sinclair, Syn-Tech Cooling, the air conditioning servicing company. Special thanks to you for your generous sponsorship. I really, really appreciate that. And of course, we will do something later on to make sure that we give you the exposure that you so deserve. We appreciate you. So thanks to all of my sponsors. Thanks to all of my panelists today. Thanks to all of you guys in the chat room. And let's see what we find our comments. Wealth Engineering. I'm in the product of interracial relation. I'm the product of an interracial relationship. I think he's targeting me. I had no idea. I actually did want to ask you the question on what your your racial makeup was. I did want to ask you that at some point, but I'm trying to be a little bit discreet here. Don't want to assume anything. And yes, awesome, Gail Lockett. Have a wonderful night, my dear. Thank you so much for being the moderator of the night. I really, really appreciate that. You are the best. Absolutely the best. All right, guys, get some rest. I will too, and I will see you on the next stream. Have a wonderful night. Actually, let's play that music as we go out. It might be a little bit too loud for tonight, but I got to find some nice soothing music for the end of the show. All right, guys, have a wonderful night. Where is it?